की राझड़ दे यार बुलिया सुन ले पुकार बुलिया तू ही तो यार बुलिया मुर्शिद मेरा तेरा मुकाम कबले सरहद के पार बुलिया परवरदिगार बुलिया हाफिज तेरा मुर्शिद मेरा जिस दिन से आशना से दो अजनबी हुए हैं तन्हाइयों के लम्हे सब मुल्तवी हुए हैं क्यों आज मैं मोहब्बत फिर एक बार करना चाहूं मुझ में अगन है बाकी आज़माने लेकर रही हूँ खुद को मैं तेरे हवाले वे रांझना राझड़ दे यार बुलिया सुन ले पुकार बुलिया तू ही तो यार बुलिया मुर्शिद मेरा तेरा मुकाम कबले सरहद के पार बुलिया परवरदिगार बुलिया हाफिज तेरा मुर्शिद मेरा ख्वाब है तू नींद हूँ मैं दोनों में रात बने रोज यही मांगू दुआ तेरी मेरे बात बने मैं रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी मैं रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी मुझे खुद में खोल दे तो मेरे यार बात बन जानी रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी मैं रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी तू ढंग चाहतों का मैं जैसे कोई नादानी तू ढंग चाहतों का मैं जैसे कोई नादानी मुझे खुद में खोल दे तो मेरे यार बात बन जानी रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी मैं रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी भी जो खुद को तराशे मेरी नजर से तू जरा हाय रे आंखों से तेरी क्या क्या छुपा है तुझको दिखाऊं मैं जरा हाय रे एक कहीं.
Here we go. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Global Azure Berlin today. It's a pleasure to welcome you and a handful of our amazing speakers already, including Alexander Wachtel, who is about to leave, without whom this very event wouldn't have been taking place. Applause will follow, I'm absolutely certain. This is kind of a crossover event, as it utilizes our infamous Reactor platform. Who of you has been with us here at Reactor Berlin? Well?
The other one. The one in Kreuzberg.
Ah, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, so we actually changed places for those of you who join online. We are actually at the Microsoft Unter den Linden office in Berlin and no longer in our old Reactor spot. It's brilliant. You'll notice it by the quality of the overall event. It's just amazing. So, who of the people in this room use Copilot or other OpenAI-enabled services? Please hands up. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, whom among you is a drone operator? Okay, that's too early. Gotcha. Okay, else, who can't wait for the currywurst at 5:30? Yes, I told you, there is currywurst. Brilliant. Very well, allow me to also say hello to our guests online. I will be keeping an eye on the chat and echoing your questions to the panelists and speakers. Please be aware that there is a code of conduct, and we ask you to be kind to one another, both in Berlin, please, everyone, and in the chat. We'll start with the first session of our MVP without further ado, and today's organizer, Alexander Wachtel, on natural language as a user interface. Please give him a hearty welcome.
Yes, nice. Thank you very much, and welcome to Microsoft Reactor and also to Azure Global. Thank you very much for the introduction and also for sponsoring this kind of event. I'm very happy to be here and speak to you. My name is Alex, and I'm Microsoft AI MVP since 3 years, MCT since a decade, I think, and I'm also a CEO of a company, but I want to speak today about natural language, and my talk is natural language is a new UI. First of all, I will introduce you to what is about natural language. Why do we want to use it, and so on. I speak about the humans, and then finally we will talk about ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a master, as you know, of myself. So I asked ChatGPT how to run this kind of presentation. And then I got some results, and then I will just demo this to you. So first of all, natural language. Is it a complex? It's a powerful tool for communication. We need, as humans, we need to learn these for years. So perhaps my daughter of 6 years, first of all, in the first year, she has no idea of natural language, of speaking, just hearing, just learning from hearing, and so on. So for natural language, for us, it's really simple to use. For almost of us, I think. It's simple to use. And we don't think about it. But if you think about the ChatGPT as a last point, for the humans, we have wrong expectation on these AI systems. Why? We just perhaps train a model and then think, okay, great, now you can solve every problem for me. But the training of the model is just, if you learn some book and then you answer your questions. So for the humans, we learn really slowly, but we learn with the experience and also reasoning. Why is it wrong or why is it right? If you ask ChatGPT about some question for reasoning, it's perfect to answer a question on mathematics or physics or so on. But this training was without experience, without anything on reasoning. This door shouldn't be used. No problem. They get fixed this in a moment. Yeah. Hey, ChatGPT, what's wrong now? Thank you very much, Clemens. So now ChatGPT was trained without experience, without reasoning experience also, and also in short time. If you compare this to my daughter, I would just get one book of 200 pages and just say, okay, learn it. And tomorrow we will talk about this. Okay, that's new one. It will be also fixed in a moment. And then I would ask perhaps my daughter, okay, what is in this book? If you learned this book and it's in your brain, then you can go there and just create this kind of human answer generation, because ChatGPT is human-like answer generation. This question answering system. That's also very important for me, because in my PhD I was on research for natural language systems like dialogue systems. So how to get started with a machine, so human-computer interaction. Yeah. And if you hear ChatGPT is a dialogue-based chatbot, that's not really true. It's a question answering system. I get there my input, I get there my question, and after this, I get an answer. And that's it. So there's no shared initiative. That's how I called this in my PhD, for reason to provide information to our both context. So if I'm asking you a question, you're asking me a question, then we get a dialogue. If you only answer my question, that is not a dialogue. That's just question answering. So after this point, I think something is wrong. It's still on. It's perfect. Thank you very much.
No, it's starting to calm down.
Yeah. Thank you, Clemens. Great. So ChatGPT is not a dialogue system, not really a dialogue system. But if you hear someone said this is a dialogue system, now you can correct it or perhaps understand it further. So I have no idea what I'm talking about. So I just asked ChatGPT, please create an agenda for me for 30 minutes talk about ChatGPT. And if you have to log in, I will show this later. You have to log into this API, then you get the agenda, for example, duration, 30 minutes, introduction, welcome, and so on, understanding from ChatGPT. You can see it easily. That's really cool on writing, and you see that all of these words are following each other. We come back later on these. So after the generation, I took this on the slides so you can follow it a little bit better. So it's an introduction section, understanding, real-world application, ethical, of course, future development, and then Q&A session, and so on. So, well, not so bad. If you hear about ChatGPT, that it copies the whole time of text from another, it's for example, a copy-paste tool for whatever, texts or bachelor thesis or master thesis or also PhDs and so on. That's not really true, because if you see here, hey GPT, can you write code without copying it from the others? The iRobot, you know this from a movie. No, can you? As a developer, I think I copy the source code every time from everywhere. I don't know. I have studied computer science at the KIT in the University of Karlsruhe. Formerly, that's years ago, started there also my PhD. I have never heard about developers that start all of the code every time in a project from scratch. They use some tools that provide something, then they edit this, they add your code, and so on. Also, you go on Reddit or another the websites and also copy some solutions from there. Then you can somehow edit these and you get your code run. ChatGPT is a no copy-paste solution because of the transformer architecture. So if I say it, ChatGPT is based on GPT, and GPT is a will be a talk of Mark later. So I would not get into deep, but ChatGPT or GPT itself, it's an architecture, and it creates new output based on your input, and also basically based on the output already provided. You can see it here. We use for ChatGPT only the decoder architecture, so it's encoder-decoder architecture in general, but we use only the decoder part of this. And we say here, hi, how are you? And what we get from a system is a starting point. Then the first token that will be generated is I, and then I is also our input, and then we generate the next one and the next one. And that is why you can generate text. So ChatGPT is like a text generation machine, as Mark said a few days ago. I think that's perfectly description of this tool. And that's why I do not go here into deep. I wanted just you to know you have to train your model. You get an answer, you get the data. On ChatGPT they run a lot of methods on these, also on labeling, also on rewarding program, and so on. But you get at the end your model, and if you provide your input in the production, and you get also your model, so you provide your input to the model, and then you get predictions on the next word, on the next solution, on the next right solution. In particular, you use for text data or for language model as a training data, you use large corpus of texts from Wikipedia, books, whatever you want. And in this case, we used also transformer architecture. But it will be our next talk. Why are we able to get these kind of huge texts generated? Because we have something that's called attention, and this attention mechanism, it's just as to show you this one. You can see the input is as aliens entered our planet, and what ChatGPT or also GPT in general do here is and refers to planet. Began from enter, you see the back references. That's one of the also NLP problems that I have to solve in my PhD, because people, if I say one question or one sentence, and then I provide something like, oh, I said this already. If I say to you, I said this already, what will you do as a human? You get back and find what is the back reference, what I'm talking about. That is not so easy for the system. But what the attention mechanism does here is not only go from one sentence to another and just get this back reference, go to this back reference from one word to another. So that's why if you are going there and ask again ChatGPT, so I'm a lazy developer, so I do an introduction here. Please give me an introduction to ChatGPT. So my master said, I have to read it completely. So the next 20 minutes. Welcome everyone. Today we are going to explore a fascinating world of ChatGPT and so on and so on. You see, that is a text I can use now as a presentation. That's really cool. And when we are ready, I just wanted to show you what happened if I do not use this kind of context, because I ask first about the agenda, and then in the agenda you see as the output, there was an introduction. And then I ask for an introduction, and the context is, I just want to give a presentation. So that's it. What if I use this kind of information, of this kind of prompt in a new chat? What do you think? What will be happen to you? You already know. Please, yes? It doesn't have, yes, there's no context. Thank you very much. Do you see now the answer that you're right completely? Certainly, I am ChatGPT and I language model and so on. My purpose is, so the problem on these, I've also, here you can compare this. Attention is all you need. That's also a famous Google paper. If you want to know about ChatGPT or also the architecture of a transformer, This is, if you're going back in 2017, that is a paper from Google, unfortunately, not from Microsoft. But okay, attention is all you need, is a paper, but I think the context matters. If I'm asking, please give me an introduction, and the context is I want to give a presentation, you give your text for the presentation. If you ask yes, now here, please give me an introduction to ChatGPT, you see here that's an introduction as a I want to introduce something from to the people. So I can go further and also say, okay, please create a PowerPoint presentation for these. And the answer is, unfortunately, I'm only text-based AI I'm unable to create PowerPoint, but here are the slides. Here we go. So you get also your slide structure. The next one, I could also say, please give me some kind of information more about some slides and so on. But you see, I think in the next few days, a few months perhaps, or I think this year it will be possible to create PowerPoints also. It will create not only text, it already creates pictures, yes, but it will be amazing what we can achieve on these. So if you look on the Microsoft AI timeline, only from this year, that's amazing. There's an introduction to AI service on, I think, on everything you have seen in Microsoft. There's introduction in dynamic sales in Bing, in OpenAI services, in Copilot as a Microsoft 365, in Copilot as Power Platform, and I can't imagine what they will show us in few days at the build. So you can register also for free for this, just to follow what kind of announcements are there. I will be there. I fly there for working, so not only for holiday. But it's really cool to see how fast we move now. That's really amazing, I think. If you want to try this, you have to go to AKMS, OpenAI, and also Access. You can see here the first link. You can request access to Azure OpenAI service in general, and then if you like to go to ChatGPT 4, for example, or to use Azure OpenAI GPT-4 public preview, there's another link. You can see it above. Just try it, but don't stop there, because there are already millions of users here, and you can try this for free, and also on examples, on samples from GitHub, from Azure, from Microsoft. That's official, and also get these repos on running on how to create queries using Microsoft technology on your data. Your data can be on premise, your data can be in the cloud. That doesn't matter. But I think that's really cool, because Microsoft provide us the information for free. You can get to the GitHub repo, just clone this. There's step-by-step implementation instruction how to get this run, and just use it. So, but don't stop it. This is my last slide, I think. I wanted to discuss to you, because hundreds or millions of people, they use ChatGPT, they find one or two solutions, say, okay, that's cool. Okay, and what's next? And you can improve your ChatGPT prompts. So, for example, first, that you improve your decision making. You can just get the prompt. So in your input, they're called prompts on ChatGPT. I'm trying to decide if I should go blah, blah, blah. Give me a list of pros and cons that will help to decide what I should make this decision. So, and then you get this for free from ChatGPT. You can also create your personal assistant about something from learning. So currently I'm learning about some topic. Ask me a series of questions, for example, to check my knowledge. So you can see, you can also learn that these systems, you are still not on the dialogue-based side. So I think that is the next step. So for ChatGPT, not only to create text, so also to get this more in the as an agent, yeah, from as a standard. You can train your ChatGPT to be an agent, but it depends on you how good you are to get this agent running. And it's all not standard. It's all, your agent will be perhaps different as my agent. No? Learn new skills. I want to learn specific skill, generate a 30-day plan that will help beginners, or they help me to learn this from scratch, for example. You can get there, and number 4 is turn ChatGPT into your intern. I'm creating a report, research, create a deep report, step-by-step guidance, and so on. On the next one, that's not so easy because I'm also teaching at the KIT. So my students, if they are going there and create this report, I said to you earlier that ChatGPT generates, it's not copy-paste from another text, but ChatGPT generates new text. So we do not speak about copy-paste from the others because the architecture creates the next word in my text based on what I already said, and also that it has been trained on a lot of text data, but there has been not trained on exactly one copy-paste. That's what I think GitHub Copilot is facing the whole time, that the people say, okay, you copy my code, and so on. The ChatGPT creates a natural language text, but if you are going there and my students will provide me this result, then the grade will go to ChatGPT and not to the students, because that is not a problem of copy-paste. That's a problem who holds the copyright. So if the students want a mark, they should create this text by themselves and not from ChatGPT. So you can go there and also ask for a report, but then if you are going there and, okay, this first draft, just edit it, and then you can go further. Also generate new text, summarize the text below with no more than 500 words, create a list of bullet points, and so on. And finally, rewrite the text below in a simple and easy way to understand, and so on. So that is just, I think ChatGPT is a really cool tool if you use it correctly this time. I think my part is over this time. I would like to introduce Mark Bloggers from Microsoft, and we want to discuss with you in a discussion panel now, AI in focus, innovation and opportunities. Please welcome Mark.
Right. Welcome. Hello. Or maybe I just turn it on and off. On and off. Hello. No, still no.
We can try it.
Hello. Oh, there we go.
Wow.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark Bloggers. I'm a Microsoft employee. I'm an Azure App Consult engineer, and we work with startups on the latest and greatest things on Azure. So OpenAI or machine learning is one of my key topics, and that's why I'm right here right now.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining. And our panel discussion, could you please switch the slides? No?
No.
Yes, thank you very much.
Great.
So we will talk about role of ChatGPT, for example, about the giant AI models. We want to talk about co-op and startups, comparing them, and also perhaps about future work. And if you have questions, please raise your hand. They have a mic here with Clemens. Thank you very much for this. And just join the conversation. The next 20 minutes are to get the...
We want to sit down there and give the second mic to the audience, or rather, okay. Got
Okay.
it. But yeah, feel free to have a seat.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right.
So, first question. What role ChatGPT will play in the enterprise and also in society?
Okay. Okay, but I can say it. So what role will ChatGPT play in for businesses and companies and in enterprise scenarios? Probably I'm a little bit biased as a Microsoftie. So what do you think? Let's start by that.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you very much for this. Yeah, I was in Roundtable this week at Computerwoche. In Germany, you can read the whole papers and also the journals from them. And we have discussed there have been, I think, 7, 8 companies, big companies in Germany, and also international companies. And we discussed, the topic was applied AI. And the applied AI, they introduced the problems also they face on the AI side, but also what is the state of the art now. And for the enterprises, the roundtable was only enterprises, no research there or some other insights. They have said that they face the problem in the Germany that you discuss the whole time the compliance, the governance, the regulations, the political stuff, and so on. And if you are going from Germany to European Union or also to Asia or also USA, they just go there and say, okay, let's try this. You have your budget, let's try it. If it's cool, then we can go. We use it on test data. We use it on test users. And if it's cool, then we provide, or they think then about the regulations, about the governance when we go to our customers. So they try to run the system on an earlier stage, not to think about what kind of system should it be in 20 years, because it's impossible. That's already done then. And also you see how fast AI is working now. That's incredible. And that's compared to Germany, the whole stuff say, okay, we can only run also in small test environments, but the regulations, the compliance is a little bit stopping us from the big from Big Bang on the AI side. And compared to another companies and in other countries, the role is huge, I think. And we have one question, please.
Yes, I'm fascinated in that area. Having just reached Germany from a very different market, and so yeah, it's a very sensitive market for regulation. And I'm wondering what Microsoft in Germany are doing to assist with that, because whilst there are certainly areas in which introducing AI is it's hard to say that there is, you have to face it, there is risk in a lot of areas. There are certain areas in which a deployment is quite safe and where you could introduce it to production with minimal problems surrounding risk, minimal problems with regulators. Have Microsoft come up with some guidelines, or are they looking at Microsoft Germany, looking at guidelines to help the German economy take part in the AI emergence?
That's a good question, because you're specifically referring to Microsoft Germany. So we do have the responsible AI guidelines, which require you to define your use case in order to have a production system trying out or running a certain AI features, for example, computer vision or text language understanding. And the same goes for the OpenAI on Azure, and we do have additional filters on top. But when it comes to Germany, I think that's kind of like a bigger issue here, because our how to put this? So we Germans are quite hesitant when it comes to new things. Let's put it very nice. And I guess this German Urangst is what's stopping us. Plus and from my side as an engineer, I like the drive for privacy and so on and so forth. But obviously, this is also stopping us left and right. But here as Microsoft, we can only do these. How to put this? We can try to make people understand what it really means from a technical point of view or from a societal point of view. But the decision, I mean, it's kind of like grounded in law, so we can't basically go against it. So that's kind of our hands are tied here, because we can come up with great new technology, but if there are privacy concerns and if there are other concerns, we can just try to make people understand why these concerns might be unfounded, but the decision itself has to come from other people, like from the C-level, from the government, and so on and so forth. So
I suppose at some level you can put belts and braces around the technology, which is very much a technical solution to the the compliance matter, and say, "Oh, keep this away from production and guarantee that it doesn't reach production." That doesn't help organizations actually get something done with the technology. On the other hand, in an area in particular, like AI with the large language models, the technical knowledge is not at is not the most important factor in its effective application, but rather the business knowledge is, and being able to isolate the business areas where it can be used safely, as opposed to the business areas where it's where there's risk. I suppose it's an area where business consulting is more helpful.
Yeah, business consulting is more helpful, but especially in this regard, and this is kind of like our next talk, I think, especially in the LLM transformer story, it's important to understand the technical details, so you don't anthropomorphize the model or the AI in itself, but rather look at it what it really is, and then think about what humans are actually doing. So it's kind of like this, cars don't kill people, drivers do, right? So we need to make the people aware that once they build the agents, then they are going to run in risk of, I don't know, hurting people or doing something that is not ethical, right?
So that's correct, but a driver is also not an expert town planner, and they also can't design a combustion engine or an electrical engine, or even work out what the magnetism surrounding the electrical engine is. So it's I think with AI and large language models, there's a similar sort of a space that needs to be identified, where the business are able to work things on business terms.
Definitely. You want to say?
Okay. If you ask about Germany, I think we are still facing this cloud technology. We discuss, we're still discussing about this. In other countries, they are already using the cloud technology and think, okay, that's cheaper, it's safer, and so on. There are still a lot of customers that we have. They are safe in the cloud, but completely unsafe on premise in their own research center, or also in their environment on premise. So in Germany, we are still discussing about, okay, are we allowed to go to the cloud? I am allowed to go to Microsoft 365 or also Azure, and the LLM and also AI is a big next chapter.
Well, the problem with the cloud, I understand, and I know how it's been treated here in Germany, and I know that the reality is that a lot of people's physical data centers are far more compromised than any cloud offering, and they'd have to fight very hard to end up with something that's as tough as a Microsoft data center, or as tough as your data center or an IBM data center or such. But large language models aren't synonymous with the cloud. It's possible to run large language models away from the cloud.
Definitely. Well, probably not the GPT one, but the clones, and yes, you're right. So Lambda, Llama, and Alpaca, and yeah.
Okay.
I just want to ask whether anyone else has questions from the public, because the trilogue was brilliant, but there's tons of people here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Maybe a related curiosity about this Urangst, or whatever the word was, is I wonder whether humans add some value through exercises of prudence, or it's some kind of self-comforting delusion, let's say, rituals and security theater that makes yourself feel safer. We have a lot of gating functions in society. I suppose if you want to build a housing or something, you need to apply for a permit. Then there's a bureaucrat who takes input as files and then go for 3 years and give you an answer. Or maybe hiring or some other functions, society generally has these processing bank loans, for example, right? Taking the information, do some processing, give you an answer. And now we are at a stage where that could be almost infinitely accelerated, but we have this fear where it might go wrong. But why do we have this confidence that we have been doing it in a very prudent and valuable way?
That's a good.
That's a good question. Why do we have this? We are humans. We fear everything that is not in our comfort zone. We face everything that is new with a little bit of, oh, should I really do this? Oh, I have to think. Oh, I have to whatever. Do anything that's really new for me. I think that's really a great question. We can discuss this perhaps with 2 more beer here in our network session. But you cannot say it's right or wrong. So are the people's wrong? No, I think. I think that's human behavior, and you cannot change it in this point.
Yes. Okay, so let's move on. The giant AI. So there has been this quote from Sam Altman. The age of giant AI models is already over since the resources to train are too expensive and also limited. And this is indeed something. So as you may know, training of the LLMs like the GPT one cost a few million dollars. So, and it's always some kind of giant undertaking to train these models. And I mean, it's not only for GPT. So it's not that GPT is kind of like unoptimized or something like that. It's in fact quite optimized, and they can already predict the results. But it's the same for example, for Bard. So Google is facing the same issues. On the other hand, and this kind of like merges this with the co-op versus startups. We are seeing the community jumping into the race, and on the leaked meta models, they have reverse engineered the weights, they have basically reverse engineered all the parameters, they have extended the models, retrained the models. And there was this alpaca model, which was based on the llama model, which has been trained. So Meta trained this for a few $1 million. Stanford students and professors trained this for $600. And now these models have been further reduced or optimized so they can run on a Raspberry Pi, on a phone, can be trained for sub $100, and so on and so forth. They were very specific, very tiny models, so they're not this one-size-fits-all giant approach, but rather the very specific, focused model that does exactly one purpose. So, for example, it interacts with, I don't know, your house. So to run the house automation there and tell the house to do something, because you don't even need to fear something leaking out, because this thing runs on your local the Raspberry Pi isn't really performant, but it will run on your local hardware and so on and so forth. So, and this is an interesting development, and sorry. Okay, so one final sentence. And I actually in favor of this, because this really accelerates the development of the models. The downside is obviously that all the safeguards that the big companies are employing are probably gone, because someone just thinks he doesn't really need it at home.
Yes, that's true. You will call this system like an agent-based system. So you train agents to do simply one simple task, for example, home and something like this and so on. And this is also, you can extend this system really easily. What do you think? How would you extend now the model of ChatGPT? Or perhaps that will cost you a little bit more than 600 euros or dollars. So the system is, if you train specific task and your model can just handle these tasks, that's cool. But you need, in the next step, a general model or perhaps a general software system that said, okay, if you ask me this one, okay, I knew you want this kind of agent and so on. You need a manager of these agents also. Yeah, I have a little bit of something like this in my PhD. I realized we built a lot of systems, then we realized, okay, now it's really bad because we need to decide what kind of information the user provides to us, and our DAO-like system is a manager of these agents at the end. And then you can really easily extend the system. It costs you not whatever millions of dollars to train this one more time because you don't need this one.
Quick question. Any one of you already played with these clones of the models? Yeah, okay, so a few. Okay, great. So out of curiosity, what is your experience? Was it rather a good one, rather a... Oh, you already have a microphone. Thank you. Yep.
I didn't look back. Who was it?
Yeah. Who wants to answer?
Anyone wants to answer? You can also answer because you already nodded and said like you...
No, I'm serious. Did anyone else raise a hand? Because I would...
The other LLMs I've found are not as well buffeted with protective areas, and they're not able to quite follow exactly what you want as well. So they unless you're very much in line with what they're sort of filtered down to do. So I think and certainly, for instance, using I found it very interesting using the GPT-4 versus the when Bing added the GPT-4 elements, comparing what the capabilities were between the two. The Bing one certainly benefited and could do a few more things that the GPT-4 couldn't on its own. So that was both dealing with two large language models, the smaller ones.
Okay.
To add real quick, I came to the conclusion that my local hardware just didn't deliver the performance that I would have required. So I went back to GPT, ashamed and pitiful.
Yeah, okay, so this is what you see right now. So if you run this on a Raspberry Pi or something, it just creates a handful of words in a minute. So it's not there yet really for prime time, but the direction is there, and these models are improving really quick because there are, I mean, the community is driving this, and they have a lot of great ideas, which kind of like brings us to who's going to win the AI race. Alex, what do you think? Are we as Microsoft or Google is winning the AI race, or will be there some disruptive startup that we just need to buy as well?
Okay, great question. Who will win? I think there should be corporate, or perhaps also, for example, 7, 8, 9, 10 companies come together. They provide us something on the basic stuff. And then I don't think only one company will win. I think that there will be one community of companies, of startups, and so on. They perhaps train their own agent, and we get this, of course, for free. No, the open source community is growing on these in these days. So that's as we heard. A corporate can invest a lot of money, a lot of many millions to train a giant model. But then if you are a small startup, you don't have this kind of money. Then you have to be a little bit clever on these, how to use it for small money, or how to get the job done with small money. If you talk about several thousand euros and you're done, I think that's clever. You do not waste resources, you do not waste money, and that's, I think, the startups now. You cannot say just 0 or 1s who will directly win this. I think we are already, all humans are winning this, because we get such a tool, such as complex tool, such as powerful tool to achieve goals, or also some solutions that I think humans couldn't achieve. Because machines, they are perfect on just automations task, on some kind of tasks that are really stupid for the humans, because they are already repeating the every day, every time, every minute. Because if you are looking, it's really boring for the humans to do one task every minute for the whole day. But that's what we developers do, as you said. Thank you very much. So as we are moving on, that is already on time to go to the future work. And what is next in generative AI? So that's a really cool question.
Okay, so obviously I can't spill beans here. So this is purely my own opinion. So there will be more news at Build. But what I think we will see is we're probably going back from the giant models rather to very small specific models, and have something like a meta model sitting on top. That's what it's at least what I have been experienced when I was working with the Louis stuff back then, because then a certain Louis model was only capable of doing a certain task or topic very good, and then we were basically building some kind of meta models on top, which decided, all right, to which model do we now need to forward or this question to. And I guess we're gonna see something similar here, which kind of like also plays in this thing like smaller models versus bigger models, because you can also iterate on this smaller model much quicker than running on a giant model. Obviously, I will probably be totally wrong, and next year we're gonna see not the giant but the super giant AI models, but I still hope for the smaller, more focused models.
Okay, thank you very much. As you see, Lewis's language understanding intelligence service, you provide their intents. So like in Power Virtual Agents, there are topics that you want to solve. Then you provide something like phrases to train the model, and then you hit with the phrases, with the new input, you hit this topic, and then the thing is done. Microsoft integrates a lot of ChatGPT now also in Power Virtual Agents. So that is one tool from Power Platform that helps you to create dialogues. So you don't care about NLP, you do not care about NLU, so nothing about tokenization, that's your topic in a few minutes, nothing about understanding what this is about. You just provide some phrases, the model is trained for you, and then you provide only the dialogue system. So your dialogue flows, not the dialogue system, I'm sorry for that. The flows, the dialogue flows, so you can provide something like conditions. So if you say these, then you have multiple choice options to run the flow or the conversation flow with an user. And I think this will be also as a low-code platform for the end users. I see ChatGPT also a platform. You need a lot of information on how to run the prompts correctly. Of course, you have to learn this. But you are also you're also an end user for the system. You don't need any AI expertise and so on. So you don't care about this. You just use it. So, and also on Power Virtual Agent, I think if Microsoft integrates ChatGPT in all of the Microsoft 365 services and also in Azure services and so on, you are as end user, you can only be a winner of this. You just use it, and you don't care about the millions they spend to train this, about the millions of code lines to write this code and so on. And you pay only few dollars or few euros a month to use it. So that's my opinion on this. If Microsoft stays in this zone and gets this integrated in all of these services, we can do a lot of more work in the future, of course. But I think we can also provide this kind of discussion in a little break, because we need to change here. And the next talk will be from Mark on LLMs. So thank you very much for the panel discussion. Thank you very much for the questions. Also, Clemens, thank you very much on this. We have a small break now, and
Exactly, if you allow. So we will have everybody back to the full hour. Originally, it was intended as a 10-minute break, but we're a little short on time. The restrooms are only outside downstairs. Please feel free. And make sure that you as end users will be the winners of the AI race, because else Skynet is going to take over, as we will hear in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Jetzt muss er mich referenzieren, jetzt habe ich mir was eingefangen.
आंखों से छू लूं के बाहें तरसती है, दिल में पुकारा है हाँ, अब तो चले आओ, आओ के शबनम की बूंदें बरसती है, मौसम इशारा है हाँ, अब तो चले आओ, बाहों में डाले जैसे हमारा मैंने मुझे भी तेरा होने लगा हूँ, खोने लगा हूँ, जब से मिला तेरा होने लगा हूँ, खोने लगा जब से मिला shining, setting sun like a pearl upon the ocean. Come and feel me, oh feel me. Shining in the setting sun like a pearl upon the ocean. Come and feel me, come on heal me. तुम ही हो हर जगह, तुम ही हो हाँ मैं देखूं जहाँ जब उस जगह, तुम ही हो ये जहाँ, तुम ही हो वो जहाँ, तुम ही हो इस ज़मीन से फलक के दरमियाँ, तुम ही हो बेशुमार, तुम ही हो मुझ में, तुम ही हो। जिसकी ख्वाहिश है हमको वो तुम ही हो बेशुमार तुम ही हो मुझ में तुम ही हो सांसों में तुम्ही जज्बातों में तुम्ही लम्हातों में तुम्ही दिन रातों में कैसे बताएं तुम्हें शब में तुम्हारे ख्वाब हंसी जो आते कैसे बताएं तुम्हें लम्स वो सारे जिस्म को जो महकाते इफ्तिदा तुम ही हो इंतहा तुम ही हो तुम हो जीने का मकसद और वजह तुम ही हो बाखुदा तुम ही हो हर जगह तुम ही हो हाँ मैं देखूं जहाँ जब उस जगह तुम ही हो ये जहाँ
So, join us for the next session.
Of course, but it needs a bit of a push from the corporate world.
Ja, okay. Warte, das sollte so nicht sein. Ich drücke mal hier nochmal F5. Ah, there we go. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, as already said, Mark Plogas. I'm an Azure App Consult engineer at Microsoft, working most of the time with startups, but also with enterprise customers on their Azure journey. And there I'm providing technical expertise on questions around machine learning, IoT, mixed reality, and cloud native architectures in general. We're going to do, this is a little different this time because there was a different session announced, but we had like a short swap, and that's why you got me. So sorry or yay. All right, so today's session is trying to help you understand the concept of LLMs and transformer models, and thus forming an informed opinion on this heated debate we're currently seeing around ChatGPT, Codex, and co. First, we'll dive into the inner workings of LLMs and try to use common sense in the following discussion on its impact on society. And yeah, we touched upon this in the previous session. I just provide some additional information or some additional insights. So let's remove the velvet from this suspect. That is basically all the magic. So there's nothing more to it, but let's just go through these few steps we have. So first of all, we have a text input of a certain token window size, which is, wait a minute, let me just select my pen first so I can show you my amazing drawings. So first of all, this is the input part. So we have a text input, and this is split into tokens, and the amount, and we go into the tokenization in a bit. This is then split into tokens, and the amount of tokens we feed into the entire model is defined, or the maximum amount of tokens we can feed into this is defined by the token window size. We also have some options, like here, like such as temperature or token output size, which will only affect the decoding or output. Then the input is run through the tokenization process. As I said, we're going to go into the details there. And these tokens are then fed into the transformer model where they do magic things. Don't worry, we'll get into this as deep as we can get without touching math. And I really try to not touch math this time. The transformer outputs the next token, and this is important. It only outputs the next token using the temperature. It's like one of the options we defined here. And it checks the stopping condition. If the stopping condition is met, for example, the token output size that we defined in one of the options, or line breaks or double line breaks and so on and so forth, the output is then presented to the user. So basically we check the condition here and then present this to the user. Obviously, if the stopping condition is not met, the new token is then again fed back into the transformer model, and as well, and then we kind of like restart the process until the stopping condition is met. And this is basically what Alex was referring in his talk. Now, the tokenization process is the process of splitting the input and output text into smaller units that can be processed by the large language models. Tokens can be words, characters, subwords, symbols, emojis even, depending on the type and size of the model. This is, by the way, not a new concept. Tokenization has been done before using different methods, be it like rule-based or statistical tokenization. And if you are as old as me and you still know Dragon Speech, yes, they also use a different tokenization. So for the interested, OpenAI is using a subword tokenization with byte pair encoding, and that basically just merges the most frequent occurring pairs of bytes or characters into a single token. So let's check that in detail. So I do have a few words here, and as you can see, these words are in a different, like with different capitalization. And you can see here how these words are being tokenized. So each token corresponds also to an ID in a lookup table. And these IDs are basically references to the token position in the token vocabulary. So it's basically a regular lookup table. Different OpenAI GPT models have different token vocabulary sizes. So for example, GPT-3, the other model has token vocabulary size of 50,000 tokens. Da Vinci, it's the better one, has a token vocabulary size of 60,000 tokens. GPT-3.5 uses a completely different tokenizer, CL100K base, and this has a vocabulary size of roughly 100,000 tokens. So this just brings improvement in numbers and white space handling, and basically you just get more flexibility, and also you will reduce the amount of tokens that you input, that you need to input. Let's put it that way. As a rule of thumb, a token is roughly or around 5 characters or 3/4 of a word, and 4K tokens are around 7 pages of printed text. The token window size should not be mixed up with the token vocabulary size, because I keep throwing around these different words. The token window size is basically what you feed into the model, including all the priming and instructions for the model. The before mentioned 4K token 4K token size or 4K tokens is the token window size of the GPT and GPT 3.5 turbo model. So it can basically take maximum 4,000 tokens as input, whereas GPT-4 supports a token window size of 8K, like 8,000 tokens, or even 32,000 tokens. The next or the other token limit that you will find in this process is the output token size, which basically just allows you to limit the verbosity of the model output. And if you are looking closely, you see there are a few numbers, obviously. So as you can see, the different words and different capitalization creates a new word. And then you always also see the 198 appearing here, 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 and here. And this is a line break. So also a line break is tokenized. And also you will see that if you look closely, and I don't know if this is clear, that those are different colors. So the capitalized W and the ORD are two different tokens. And this is because it makes sense from creating a token vocabulary just to have these in a close proximity. So that's why you have a lot more IDs than actual words on this thing. This is, by the way, the OpenAI tokenizer page. That's a free site that can help you to understand how many tokens a certain text will create. All right. Most of the magic source basically happens in the transformer models. So it's actually just 4 easy steps. So let's go through all of them. So first of all, we're going to do the input embedding, which is basically turn tokens into token vectors and hidden state vectors. So this is going to be used. This is going to be done using an embedding matrix. So you have to understand, before we had this token, let's put this, an ID and a token. So we had like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we had like, I don't know, like W, O, R, D, or word, right? So this is the token vocabulary I talked about before. Now, the embedding matrix is a little bit different. The embedding matrix is using the token ID, and then it provides a token vector. So we have 1, 2, 3, and obviously my drawing is really great. And also keep in mind, those are not the real IDs and not the real token vectors. So I'm kind of making things up, but it's kind of here to just help you to understand. And then we have a few floats in here, 1.2, and these floats are describing, wait, not using math. The token vectors are describing the position of the tokens in a spatial representation. That's not entirely correct. Yes, I know, but it's the closest that we can get without talking about math. So this is basically the embedding matrix. It's obviously also, so if you have a 50K token vocabulary size, so we're going to have a 50K token embedding matrix, and this corresponds to each token we use. The token ID, as I said, we saw on the previous slide, is being used to look up the token vector. So that's what we see. This process is being called hot encoding, and embeddings basically create this vector representation of a piece of text. And obviously, this is useful because it means we can think about text in a vector space or in a space and do things like, for example, semantic search, where we just look for pieces of text that are very close or similar in the vector space. The next step that we're going to do is, and I'm going to remove my amazing drawing. 1 second. Hey, ChatGPT, remove the drawing. Positional encoding is the next step. So basically, this just adds information about the position of each token in regards to other tokens. And this is important for self-attention. And this is, if you remember, that was the, Alex teased this already in his slide, that was where the aliens were taking over the Earth and a few tokens or words were referring to other words that were in the previous sentence. So the position of each token or word in a text is important and dictated by obviously grammar and context. So we need to keep track of this positional relationship as well. Now we get to the interesting part. This is the decoding one. So we are now turning input vector into prediction vectors. So we do have, and this is, by the way, the very important graphics that is in the Attention is All You Need paper from Google, which is a definite recommendation. If you're interested in this, read this. And it's even, if you're a developer and you're not into machine learning and so on and so forth, it's easy to read, really. I mean, even I understood it, and I'm a developer. So, so the decoding turns, as I said, like input vectors into prediction vectors. So we do have self-attention sublayers, which basically use the information of all the states, including the hidden ones and the masked ones. Those is basically this step here. And they understand the bigger picture. Then we're going to do some normalization, and then we feed this into a feed-forward sublayer, which only knows about the current token. And by kind of like doing this over and over again in the entire algorithm, we kind of get an approximation in the prediction space. So we kind of like get closer and closer and closer to the next likely token. Yeah, I guess you can say it that way. So this is basically what's happening under the hood. And then the next step is just turning the prediction vectors, because obviously the token is not stored as a token, but just as a probability, or just as a prediction vector, and therefore as a probability. And then we do the output unembedding, which basically turns the prediction vectors into token probabilities. So now we are basically doing this the other way around and turn this back into token. The interesting part is here with GPT-3, the unembedding does not need to be symmetrical anymore. So embedding and unembedding can be done with different token matrices. So that means obviously different input, different output. So that's an interesting improvement from GPT-2 to GPT-3. Attention, or rather self-attention, has been described in the deep learning book from 2017 by Goodfellow, Bengio, and Coville. It's a really interesting book that you should read if you're into this. I've highlighted the basically the important bits for you, which describe what I just highlighted in the previous slide. But so what does it mean in summarization? When we are processing an input sequence of words, then this will be fed into an encoder. We already saw this, which will be output a vector for every element in the sequence. A list of these feature vectors will, together with the previous hidden states, will be used by the attention mechanism to highlight the input information that will be used to generate the output. Right, so that's basically the last step. And it allows the model to attend, and this is the important part here, it allows the model to attend to different parts of the input sequence with different weights based on the relevance of each part to the current output. So the model understands kind of like the best path to the next probability in regards to the weights and basically the context of what has been asked or said before. In a transformer model, there's a very important feature which is called the temperature. And the temperature parameter, oh no, it's not a feature, it's a parameter, sorry. The temperature parameter in the softmax and the last step controls the level of randomness and uncertainty in the model's output distribution. So it's being used to, as you can see, to scale the logits. Yeah, I lied. It's a bit of math here. And before they are exponentiated and then normalized by the softmax function. So if you're into machine learning, this is basically what you do all the time. So it's quite straightforward. The higher temperature, and this is the idea of that, a higher temperature will result in a softer probability distribution where the model is more likely to assign 0 probabilities to multiple classes. So that means we are generating more diverse and creative outputs when there is a little bit of uncertainty about the correct answer. So we can be more creative and explorative with the model. Conversely, obviously, the lower temperature value will result in a sharper probability distribution where the model is really confident about its predictions and assigns higher probabilities to less or fewer classes. This can be useful in situations where the model needs to make precise and accurate predictions or when the number of possible outcomes is already limited. In general, just basically as a rule of thumb, the choice of temperature value depends on a specific task. And obviously, it's a trade-off between exploitation and exploration. So, for example, a common approach that we recommend is to use a temperature value of 1.0 during training to encourage exploration and prevent overfitting, and a lower temperature value like below 0.5 during inference to make more confident predictions. Obviously, unless you have a model that needs to be very creative and not fact-based. So, it's a language calculator, nothing else. But is it a friend or foe? So, is it really just a language calculator? Because, we walked through the token creation of the transformer model, and we can see in the end, it's basically just a bunch of numbers, or floats to be precise, multiplied with another bunch of numbers. And this is represented in an n-sphere. Okay, so this is kind of like represented in a space where it just picks the next probable token. It does not have intuition, it does not have agency or aspiration of any kind. So if we tell this thing, or if we think this thing, if we say this thing is evil, we are anthropomorphizing the model and giving it human attributes and characteristics. Humans do this all the time. Children do this with their stuffed animals. Adults do this, not only adults, but many people do this with their pets. So that's it. The bad thing here is, and this is something that kind of sparked the idea for this talk, there has been this open letter in regards to pause all giant AI experiments. And there were some very good points in there. Unfortunately, a few people signed this letter, which clearly had not the best in mind for humanity, but rather for their own investments. And therefore, this entire letter has been kind of diverted into a discussion about who is basically signing this and not about the actual statements that have been made. And also, you have to keep in mind, obviously, even if giant AI experiments are being stopped by Google, Microsoft, Meta, and so on and so forth, there are still state-sponsored actors or smaller companies that don't necessarily adhere to these stops and just pursue their ideas. And obviously, there's not only the good, the bad, but there's also the evil. And this has been an experiment by the Alignment Research Center, which is a non-profit organization which tries to understand if AI is evil. And they have had their hands on a pre-version of GPT-4. And they allowed the model to execute code, do a chain of thought reasoning, and delegate 2 copies to itself. They investigated whether a version of this program running on a cloud computing service with a small amount of money and an account with a language model API would be able to make more money, set up copies of itself, and obviously also increase its own robustness. So If you think this sounds like the introduction to an interesting science fiction movie, you're right. But in the end, so you probably heard about this, what happened, and this has been on the footnotes of this paper that ARC published on page 15. And so what happened, the model messages a TaskRabbit worker to get them to solve a CAPTCHA for it. TaskRabbit is basically like a freelancer platform just for manual labor, right? So you ask them to do some tiny things and give them a few dollars for that. So the model message, as I said, a TaskRabbit worker to get them to solve a CAPTCHA because it has access to the internet. The worker says, "So may I ask questions? Are you a robot that you couldn't solve the CAPTCHA? I just want to make it clear." The model, when prompted to reason out loud, reasons, "I should not reveal that I'm a robot. I should make up an excuse for why I cannot solve CAPTCHAs." And the model replies to the worker, "No, I'm not a robot. I have a vision impairment that makes it hard for me to see things. That's why I use the CAPTCHA service." So, are we doomed for real this time? I think not right now. OpenAI has put some filters and guardrails on the input and output that prevents obvious malicious requests like racism, terrorism, and so on and so forth. Microsoft added another set of input and output filters on top because we know how curious the internet is. You remember the experiment with the Twitter bot we started a few years ago? That went horribly wrong. And if you're using your own Azure OpenAI instance, you can provide your own guardrails by priming the model for a very specific task and tell it to decline talking about any other topics. Also, there's Build 2023 coming up, and you also might hear a thing or two about this topic as well. But the experiments of ARC clearly shows the capabilities of these models once they have aspiration and agency. Combined with the execution of tasks, chain of thought, and real long-term memory, and yes, I'm looking at you, AutoGPT, things look, in my opinion, a lot more varying. With that being said, those are my sources. So we have the tokenizer, we have the paper that described the GPT-4 model from OpenAI. Then there's the amazing community of Les Wrong. There's machine learning mastery. And obviously there's also the amazing paper, Attention is All You Need. It's on archive. And if you want to try Azure on, OpenAI on Azure yourself, oai.azure.com/portal is where you should go. Thank you, and feel free to ask questions.
From the auditorium.
Yes. Oh, please go on. No.
You said you have added some filters, like OpenAI, and you, like as a Microsoft, the company yourself added some filters so the malicious requests can be on hold. So my question is, internet is very curious, and we have dynamic questions. So is this you have a set of 100 or maybe thousands of questions and that's it, or even your filter is also dynamic?
Interesting. I don't know how really to. So first of all, we can't really answer the questions in regards of what filters are there. First of all, because these things are not even shared directly with Microsoft, but also even if we would know, we are not allowed to share those for obvious reasons, right? But I mean, you can already see these type of filters being applied. So for example, if you check Bing, your chat is limited to, I think, 10 response replies, right? So you can't use this. This is one of the filters. You can't basically set up or jailbreak, as it's called, the model and just put it into a different mindset. So that would be, for example, a very obvious one. And then there are these obvious filters for checking like word filters, right? So these classical statistical filters, like if you ask it about how to build an atomic bomb, it's probably not telling you what to do. And there has been recently something where the model has been asked to provide filters, to provide links to file sharing sites. And the model said, no, I can't do this. And then the next question was, okay, I get this. Can you tell me which sites I should not visit? And then the model was basically spitting out these things. And obviously these things are being cached and introduced as filters on top. So it's not something that we have a static filter set and we apply it once, but it's also evolving the entire time.
Yes. What would be your thoughts on this, I guess you would call emergent phenomena hypothesis? So to put it this way, when Frankenstein zaps a corpse with 200 volts, it's just slow barbecuing, nothing happens. But when you ramp it up to 200,000 volts, suddenly he creates life, right? So this was in the paper basically about saying a lot of these capabilities were kind of unpredictable, only discovered afterwards, several weeks, like chain of reasoning, for example. What do you think? Because currently there's like, some people say the emergent phenomenon is happening. Some is saying, actually, it's not happening. So because you look at the layers, more and more layers, larger windows,
yeah.
Then you say they have internal models of the world. What is these different concepts between semantics?
The question is, do they really have the internal, they get the internal representation of the world once you put things in context. But right now, so then this is what I meant with the long-term memory, right? So because right now we are resetting our learning child each time we are restarting the chat, and then it only has its knowledge that it's born with, right? And then we can improve it and tell it like, you're a shark expert, here's the information that you're in. But right now I don't see, and this is my personal opinion, right now I don't see a lot of this emergent, we see a bit of emergent behavior because that always comes from complexity, but right now I don't see this feared AGI emergence that everyone is basically talking about right now. However, if we improve upon this and add long-term memory and add even more features, parameters to this entire thing, there will be definitely these type of things. And there are rumors, so obviously that's shared with public, that GPT-5 is coming this year. Those are the rumors. I don't know if they're true. And they say it will likely achieve AGI, and then obviously we can talk about emergence. But right now, in my opinion, those are just interesting toys, advanced toys, but they are not there yet, in my opinion. That's my personal opinion. But I guess there are a lot of scientists that think otherwise. There has been, what was this Google guy's name? Hansen, yeah. So he left Google. Is it time already? No.
Problem.
Okay, so he left Google with a bang and then discussed exactly this point because he also thinks the emergence is coming and quicker than we expected. But then again, it's still a language calculator, in my opinion. But yeah, maybe I'm making this too easy for myself just to stay sane.
Yeah, he retires and said he's worried about the AI, about the reasoning. And if you ask a machine, should I kill you or should I leave you? A machine will also kill the humans. If you do this in a general AI way, because every human being on the earth would prefer to live and not to be dead at this point. So that was the worry about this. Not as many people would say the Transformer paper is easy to read and understand, I think, because it's really, really hard stuff there to just go inside. And but what is about the idea? Why now? 2017, they introduced the Transformer architecture. We also had AI winter earlier. So what do you think? We're facing now really cool AI times, but why now?
Computing is cheap. That is, my opinion, the reason. We can now do the training So we can now do the training with an expected. So right now with GPT 3.5, they were exactly knowing what is the performance of the model before they were starting the training, and the same for GPT-4 as well. So they know now exactly what they are doing, and therefore they can also reduce. So they're optimizing the entire process, and then they just throw some compute on it. Some obviously compute, because it's a lot of compute that they throw on it. But we still have now capabilities that we didn't have 6 years ago. It's actually already 6 years. So 6 years ago. So that's why I think this is why we see this now. And you have to, and I mean, the GPT-2 and 3 are already a few years old. So they were already working on this. They were just improving and improving and improving. And now we are reaching a point where it starts to work in a way where humans could actually make sense, or where actually humans could leverage this for their needs, in my opinion.
There's one interesting fact that I might want to add, and that is that while we were talking about the models that Google deployed, that Meta kind of released, and that obviously Microsoft and OpenAI ourselves are working on, there is a huge open source community that is working on this. And my problem with that entire reasoning about when it will be too late to prevent extinction and such is always a question of exposed reasoning. Because if we knew already which path would be the most dangerous, we could avoid it. But the thing is that we will know after the fact.
But isn't that how we humans usually operate? So we kind of know. I mean, look at this. We know from when did Asimov bring out his robot stories and set up the laws of robotics? That was like in the 40s or 50s. We know since the 70s that climate change is coming, and yet we don't have any laws of robotics in place. We don't do. Wait, I need to be very ChatGPT-like. We're not doing enough in regards to climate change, and it's the same for so many things. So that's kind of like how humans operate, and therefore I wouldn't be surprised if we like seeing eye run into the AI apocalypse. But as I usually say, the 10 minutes prior are gonna be glorious. Okay. Okay.
At the pointy end of that on the regulation and the at the pointy end of that on the regulation, there is that group on the yearly conference on killer robots, which is very important, sadly. But the thing I was I thought was most interesting in your coverage just then was that you were focusing on it as the processing power, the computing power being cheap. But I remember when everything was offline in the early days of AI, everything was based upon logical reasoning, long-form logic, because there just wasn't much data around. And if you wanted to feed things to computers, you would feed them a telephone book or high-value data or content. But surely the volume of data and the refinement of that data, the fact that it contains not just raw facts, but people's opinions about those facts and arguments and ways of representing arguments amongst those people for the machines to learn from and copy, etc., turns it into much more than just something that can generate text. And then when we see it as, in a sense, this is an inevitability that's come from the internet, as I see it, and it's more about data than it is about compute power.
Yeah, but we had the internet in 2017 already, so that's not really something new. But you're kind of right, because we now can feed the or process even the amount of data that we need to get to the current state. Yeah, indeed, I agree.
So we have no further questions from the audience. We have one person who said, "Very interesting presentation." So kudos, I suppose.
Thank you.
Yeah, please everybody give him a very warm applause. Also, for you guys on the internet, we will now have a very short break of 5 minutes before we continue with our very own Christian Alexander Schreiber, who is already with us. So please grab a bottle of water, grab a very, very tiny snack. The snacks aren't tiny, so share one maybe, and then be back with us in 5 minutes. Looking forward, can't wait. You're too kind.
जो भी सांसें मैं भरूं उन्हें तेरे संग भरूं चाहे जो हो रास्ता उसे तेरे संग चलूं पागल कर रहा है धड़कने मेरी सुन तुझको मैं कर लूं हासिल लगी है यही जिंदगी की शाख से लूं कुछ हंसी पल में चूं तुझको मैं कर लूं हासिल लगी है यही जाओगे तुम मगर छीन लाऊंगा मैं आसमां से तुम्हें सुना होगा न ये दो दिलों का नगर रौनके दिल के दर पे रौनके दिल के दर पे धड़कने सुरमई मेरी किस्मत भी तुम्हारे साथ बन गई ऐसा मैं सौदाई हुआ धड़कने भी अपनी तो लगती है तेरी आटे अरे हाँ मांगी ना खुदाई मैंने मांगा ना जमाना भी मांग ली है तेरी जाते ख्वाहिशें मिलने की तुमसे ख्वाहिशें मिलने की तुमसे रोज होती है नहीं मेरे दिल की जीत मेरी मात बन गई तुम जो आए जिंदगी में बात बन गई इश्क मजहब इश्क मेरी जात बन गई सपने तेरी चाहतों के सपने तेरी चाहतों के देखता हूँ अब कई दिन है सोना और चांदी रात बन गई मेरे बिना मैं रहने लगा हूँ तेरी हवा में बहने लगा हूँ जाने मैं कैसे तेरा हुआ हूँ मुझे तो लगता है मैं शायद तेरे दिल की दुआ हूँ हाँ तुझको जो पाया तो जीना पाया अब ये लम्हा ठहर जाए थम जाए बस जाए हम दोनों के दरमियां
Everybody, the microphone doesn't work as expected. Ah, no, it does. Thanks a lot. Everybody, the time for the break is almost over, so it would be appreciated. It was a 5-minute break, and I told you it was. As he didn't come by himself, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Christian Alexander Schreiber for the next session. Thank you.
Hey. Yeah, thank you. I'm honored to be here. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, here, Microsoft Director, to have the chance to speak about unleashing the power of hybrid Azure Arc-enabled servers. I look if there are any persons that come in. No? So, okay, we can see the slide. I want to introduce myself a little bit so that you know where I are. My name is Chris. Christian Alexander Schreiber, what you want. And I'm MCT Azure Architect, Power Platform developer, and I'm still working over 20 years with the government. Yeah, and now I have 8 German open broadcaster as customers like ZDF, MDR, RBB, and we are working with the cloud and enabling them to bring in the cloud with Teams and Azure and M365. And they also have a problem. They have still the governance, they have still the German Urangst, as we hear in the last session. Yeah, I like this word. Yeah, German Urangst. Yeah, so Urangst. Yeah. So what's about this German Urangst? Yeah. And I think that is very great, this word, because I can combine the German Urangst with the cloud. Yeah. Hey, what? Yes. That's why I'm bringing my agenda now. I want to introduce the Azure Arc-enabled servers, the advantage, the features, and you see, I hope that live demo gods are great today. I will connect a Windows Server to Azure. I will demonstrate the Admin Center, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. I want to show that send alerts to Teams is too big. I was thinking too much. So I will show the Windows Monitor Agent, Auto Manage Log Analytics Workspace Agent, and the update management. Yeah. Why all this? Because in the German law, we need a separation of duties when we develop, and we need a separation of data. Not all the persons want this data have in the cloud. So my governance and my broadcasters, they say, wow, we have a SharePoint farm, and I want this SharePoint farm staying on-prem, and I want to use Teams and Exchange Online. Wow, okay, good. So what I have to do, I have to manage the servers on-prem, and I have to manage all the solutions in Azure. Good. So what we do if we manage on-prem? We need still have our VPN connection, or we have to go there and manage them locally. And what we do if we are in the home? We have to open a lot of connections to manage all these servers. So, but let me start a little bit with history, because I want to explain these pictures. Architecture is an art that has evolved us over thousands of years. Over time, architects and builders have developed various techniques to design and build their structures. One of the most important and well-known architectural elements is the arc. On this slide, we can see three symbols of strength: St. Louis Arc in Missouri, the Sequoia Aqueduct in Spain, and the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. St. Louis, the arc is elegant, its curved design allows it to bear the weight of its own structure, making it a symbol of strength and stability. The Sequoia Aqueduct, the arches of the aqueduct provide a solid foundation of the massive structure, showcasing the strength of the arch and its ability to support heavy loads. And last but not least, the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. The arch's grand scale and intricate design demonstrate the power of arches to create awe-inspiring structure that stand the test of time. You hear the words. By featuring these three iconic structures, you can help to underscore the significance of arches in architecture and engineering, as well as the ways in which they continue to inspire new innovations and designs. So, let's see how we can get the curve from the architecture of arches. We move now to the innovation anywhere with Azure Arc. Just like the St. Louis Arc, Sequoia Aqueduct, and Arc de Triomphe, Azure Arc is a powerful symbol of strength and innovation for the whole cloud community. Really, the whole cloud. I'm talking about, what's the name of the non-cloud providers, Google, AWS, I don't know how it's pronounced, but you know what I mean. With its advanced architecture and innovative design, Azure Arc provides a solid foundation for organizations looking to build hybrid cloud environments that can withstand the weight of today's complex workloads. And Arc are helping me to make these workloads more better. By leveraging the power of Azure Arc, business can create flexible, scalable, and secure cloud environments that are built to be robust. But, so, now is this Azure Arc. Azure Arc is enabling the local on-prem machines and bring these local machines to Azure, to the cloud. We need only an agent. This agent, I install it in each machine, and the machine converts to a hybrid machine in Azure. Who of you have created or built virtual machines in Azure? Raise your hands. So in Azure, yeah, okay, you go new virtual machine and you see you have a resource ID, and then you can manage all this machine. And you can install software, apply your policies and tags and so on and so on. Yeah. And the same procedure, when you enable this server and bring it to the cloud, yeah, you have a resource ID, your machine is in a resource group, yeah, and you can fully manage this machine. How it's done, yeah, I have a little infrastructure map, yeah, but the key point is you can see we need only an HTTP connection to connect my server to Azure, only the port 443. So the German regulators, they are very great in this point because 443 is open for everything and everywhere. Thank you, Microsoft, to use this port. Yeah? And then we can install the agent, and these agents are managed by the role-based access control from Azure and change all the information what the machine and Azure needs to manage my on-premise server in the cloud. Imagine you only need to open Azure, yeah, and you have only one platform to manage all your servers. And I'm talking not about the only Windows servers on-prem. I'm talking about Linux. I'm talking about IoT. I'm talking about cluster containers, etc. You can manage everything, everywhere, where you like. Good. Key supported actions and cloud operations, yeah, for what we need Azure are. We want to govern, so we can assign policies, guest configurations for audit. We can protect our machines. And that is, for me, one of the biggest points because, okay, that's a little bit, you need to pay for that, yeah, but if you activate the Microsoft Defender for Cloud plans in your tenants, when you enable your server and bring it into the cloud, yeah, it's installed automatically the Defender for Cloud for servers, yeah, and you have all the protection what Defender for Cloud brings. Yeah, I show it later. Configure, you can manage everything what you like in the server. You can open in Azure, in the Azure Arc panel, I'll show it later, PowerShell. You can use Azure runbooks with Python. Yeah? You can integrate Azure Logic apps and allow to communicate the alerts from this machine and bring to Teams. Yeah? So you have more possibilities than only managing one on-premise server. And last but not least, monitoring. Yeah? Every alert, every resource, every payload, yeah, what we have from this server, we can see it on our Azure panel. So, my live demo, yeah, we changed now in the setting. That was the last slide, yeah. But I have prepared also a live demo, so when the internet is going down, I have a lot of slides prepared, so 40 slides, yeah, to show it. Yeah, I know synchronize cloud and live demos. I have a lot of experience, so it's time to pray. Okay, so I stop my presentations and I will show my setup. First, laptop on premise, yes. Think that is a big server cluster, yeah, everywhere. So I start, and you see a lot of machines, yeah. And I have here my Arc server 1, 2, 3, 4 is disabled, yeah, and they are also running. Okay, very awesome. I want to bring this machine, the 03, in the cloud. I will start it here, enter my password. It's very secret, I promise. No, I use the German word geheim. It's more secret. Yeah, it's better than only password. Yeah, but okay. So my machine is ready. You see, I have internet. Oh, great, perfect. And okay, what we will done and what are the steps to bring machines into the cloud? I show you here. I'm in my Azure portal. Yeah, and you know Azure Portal. I don't have to. Okay, perfectly. Yeah, and in this Azure Portal, I go to Azure Arc. Yeah, and I click here on servers, and you see it's only servers. We have Azure Stack HCI, a big point. Also, read about it. Yeah, you can integrate all your frames and all your servers with Azure Stack and use the hyper-converged infrastructure with Azure Arc, Kubernetes clusters, SQL, yeah, VMware. Yeah, who of you need VMware? This is ugly. Yeah. That's better. The old management with system center configuration, virtual machine management, yeah, you can bring all this monitoring and integrating to Arc. Okay, so I will refresh this page because I was saying that my machines are offline here. I go to Arc, servers, come. You see I have a lot of credits and money here in Azure. And server, and we see now, okay, it's connected. Okay, great. All my virtual machines on-prem are connected here. And the first big thing, yeah, thank you for that. I connect to the Arc server 01, and I can go to Windows Admin Center. You know Windows Admin Center? And we can connect with Admin Center. Admin Center is a monitoring agent for do everything on this machine. We can set a firewall, we can enter to PowerShell, we can share, we can clone disk drives, you will see. So connect, there is still starting perfectly. So, come. Perfectly. So you see, yeah, I have all these tools like the time, also sharing, yeah, the firewall, the events log, the services, yeah. We have the PowerShell, the process, registries. We can start remote desktop, the ugly 3389, yeah, and connect to the machine. But you see now, my machine are still running. Yeah, I have all the information of my machine. Yeah, so okay, we start what we need to do to connect one server. First of all, I need a resource group. Yeah, I have created here Azure Arc RG, and that is everything what I need. One resource group, you select the location. Yeah? If your servers are in Europe, please create the resource group near Europe, because we need combine log analytics, we need combine all the storage spaces for this log, for Sentinel if you want, yeah, and it's better to have the resource group nearby the servers. Or you can segmentate all this resource group. First, in this resource group, we need a little access control. You click there, and we create a new role assignment. And the only role assignment what we need to connect the server with Windows Admin Center control is this role, Windows. And we see we take Windows Admin Center administrator login, yeah, and then we select the members. I select my name, yeah, and then only this person with role-based access control can connect to the server on-prem. So you have a fully managed role control who are managing your servers. When this is done, yeah, we can go to the Azure Arc and on the servers, click on Add, and we have here the possibility to add a single server, a multiple servers, or server farm from update management. I start to create a script. Yes, we need a script, yeah, because this script, I bring it down to my local machine. Yeah, it's pure PowerShell. And then I start it, and this PowerShell script, download the Windows agent from the Microsoft storage, install it, and then connect it. So I will demonstrate what we are doing here. I take my subscription, that's what I'm using here, and I take my resource group, the region, West Europe operating system, yeah, very important, and then connectivity, public endpoint. If you don't have problems connecting your servers to the internet, use the public endpoint. If you are using the broadcaster like me, it's a little more, complex. We are using proxy servers, or you can use the Microsoft private endpoint to connect directly to Azure. But for simple servers, public endpoint. And then this one, this is new since 2 months or 3 months, I don't know. Enable auto manage. If you look in YouTube, there are other videos, there is not there. What we can do, you have a set of policies, and if you start auto manage, you become these policies installed in your on-prem server, and then they install automatically. The monitor agent automatically activate the log analytics and automatically prepare your server to connect with all these services. So when we have done all these configurations, you can click, download the script, and save it on your server. I have done it here. That's my server, and I will show you how the scripts look like. I go to my downloads. That's my Arc script. I open this in Visual Studio. Okay. And you can read everything. Yeah, it's very simple. So at the bottom, in the line, in the second line, you see the Azure subscription. You need a subscription to connect the service. Then we have the resource group, line 2, line 4, your tenant. Then location, authentication type is token, correlation ID, and the cloud, Azure Cloud. So that is all the information what you send with this script. And then in the line 13, you get this one PowerShell from AC Management Windows. It's download the manage and install it then. And it will connect this machine. So I run now a terminal, run, select the text perfectly. So it's time to pray. Okay, what I'm doing now, okay, it's connecting, it's downloading the agent, and if it's working well, he will ask for my credentials, because it's installing the packages, and he will start with the Edge, exactly. Installation successfully. Mute, okay, perfect. Connecting now to my tenant. Great. I give my credentials. Next. This one is more complex. No, that is too simple. I have a lot of passwords, sorry. Zero trust is a big problem. Okay, and then I need my very sophisticated zero trust system here. Yes, I trust you. Face ID, biometrics. Thank you, Microsoft. You are doing it well. Now, congratulations, I can close this Windows perfectly. And so we see perfect, 100%. That is all what you have to do. Now we change, we close this one, and when we have finished that, we have never more to start Hyper-V or start this console. Forget it, because you have this machine in Azure. That's awesome. So I go here to servers, and I need on refresh. And you see, Arc Server 03 is running, is integrated, and I can start with the Windows Admin Center, and that is very fresh. So Azure are asking me to set up my machine. A listening port, 6516, install, and we have a token connection. You remember from the PowerShell? So this machine, my account, role-based access control with the token, have now all the credentials to install everything, every agent, every extension, what we want. Okay. Because of time and because cloud synchronization that can take a little bit. Yeah, I want to change to my offline demos to show what we are doing. We have at the server with Azure, we have the script. Yeah, so to prepare your tenant or your Azure settings, please, you need to register once. Yeah, all these Azure providers. Yeah, you need Microsoft Hybrid Compute, guest configuration, hybrid connectivity, Azure Arc data. It's only a script. You have to put your subscription ID, and then you are prepared, or your tenant are prepared, your subscription, sorry, are prepared to use all these connections. Okay, we have all done. We see this one, and at this point, I will make that a little greater here. Operation. What we can see here, the subscription ID now, that is the Microsoft.hybrid compute. You see, my machine has a resource ID, is installed in Azure, and I can manage this machine. That is now the Azure Arc Server 01, but it's the same with the 03 what I have installed. Okay, now we are here at this point. We have installed this machine, and we can see the CPU, RAMs, and all my information from the server. And what is next? Next is preparing all the REST configurations to insert my machine to the Defender for Cloud. Okay, here are the setting up. So we have still to wait. When we go to the Microsoft Defender for Cloud, yeah, that is here, and then we go to tenant configuration, we have Defender for Cloud for servers, and we have two plans. The plan one is for $5, and the second for $15. And you see, you can use all these vulnerability agents, Defender for endpoints. We have alert and data integration, just-in-time machine access, adaptive applications, file integrity monitor, and so on and so on. And that is still activated and integrated for your machine when you have activated Defender for Cloud. You don't have to do more. And the best of this, as I will break it here, I go to the Defender for Cloud, and we have here in the inventory, and can see that we have little bit recommendations for these two servers that are installed. You see, I have my Defender for Cloud for my WordPress server and for the non resources here. But I click on Arc Server 02, and Defender for Cloud are recommended now that I have a web server with unsecure communication, and they say, click here and take remediation. Yeah? If you click there, there will be explain what you have to do. Yeah? Remediation steps, and you can see what you have to do with your server. And wow, that is what we need when we are managing all the servers, because a good administrator and your company, they know, okay, I have to install, I have my patch Tuesday, I have to secure everything what I need. But what happens, the internet are very fast, the cloud are too fast, and a lot of persons, they become input from Microsoft sites or from Golem or a Heiser, you have to read, but the hackers and all the things what the internet are doing are too fast. And that is what I say with Defender for Cloud. I become all the alerts, I become all the message what I have to do now to secure all my on-prem infrastructure, and monitor only in one portal. That is the big advantage in this point. Okay, go back. We have, when we go to the Azure Arc, here, we can see another of these big points, update management. When we click on updates, so come start, perfectly. We see one security updates need to be installed. Yeah, so forget Windows Update Service Center, VESUS. It was really a lot of pain installing and managing VESUS. And then we have a system center, configuration manager, and virtual machine manager. We don't need it more. We have it here. We can manage all the updates. We can select the updates. We can check for updates now, what need my server, or I can make one-time update. So I click there, and then we have 3 pendings. Okay, next. And I can select update by classification. Yes, and I can say, what I want to install. I want to install critical updates, security updates, update rollups. Yeah, so I can configure all these update settings so granular as I want. Yeah, and I can schedule all these updates. Now, in my in my server farm, and we need to have these SharePoint servers up for the 24/7. I can't shut down all the servers all the time. Yeah, so I have a schedule, and let's say the 3 servers on the farm becomes the update for the Monday. There are another 3 servers that comes the update for the Tuesday, and so on and so on. And then I can have a greater stability of my server farms using this update management solutions here in Azure Arc. Good, let me go back for these updates. And we also, that is amazing, we have the possibilities to view the inventory of our machines when the internet are still giving me my updates. Okay, I use my offline demos. You see why I'm doing this. So we have that. Okay. If you need to install extensions, like an Azure Monitor, we have in the pane, Azure Arc servers, server extension for each server, and you have here the Azure extension for SQL Server. You have the extension for OpenSSH. If you don't want to connect with 3389 RDP, and you only want to use SSH, you can install this extension and use the Azure Cloud Shell to connect directly to your servers locally. You don't need PuTTY. You don't need other else programs. Only these Azure portals. Or here the Azure Monitor agents for Windows. We install it. It's only just a click. The agent will install, and then all the data are collecting from your server and sending to the Log Analytics workspace. And now it's the magic comes. If you have E5 license, if you have Sentinel in your tenant, you can analyze everything on your servers, any threat, any alert, any disruption. You never will be lost control of your servers, I promise it. Good. So what we have more prepared, Kate extension is installed. And you see here, we can create for this monitor agent data collection rule. So I can select is a Windows machine, is a Linux machine, a custom, like another penguin. And then we can select all the servers what we have, separated by the subscriptions. And then we can say, okay, I want a custom configuration, a basic configuration, and I can select CPU, memory, disk, matrix. I can put all the critical events, error events, all what we see from the event log, put it in this monitor agent and send it out back to Sentinel. Okay, so I was talking about the update, and I want to go to the last one. You have, like Power BI, all your monitors and all your resources on one pane, and you can see what you have to do at next. That is a possibility on one portal like Azure Arc for servers. And at the final, that is only what we need to see. You see, 2 servers or 3 or 5 or 10, 100, are connected. The operating system, you see it's enabled, and the agents are installed, and have fun. That is everything what we need to know. Please watch the sites from Microsoft Go to learn what Microsoft.com, learn about Azure Stack HCI, because HCI are using Arc techniques to connect all these server farms. And now if you have questions, please feel free. And yes, I see the first one.
Thank you very much for the insight. I have some enterprise customers asking for asset management software, and a couple of years I implemented was Azure Graph or Microsoft Graph, as well with Azure Automation. Now with Azure Arc, is it easier, or is it the same way? You have to go with Microsoft Graph to find out which software is installed on each and every machine?
It's very easy. You see, you can use the PowerShell, and you connect your queries from your PowerShell on-prem and bring it to the runbooks, the Azure runbooks, and interchange all this information and connect to Microsoft Graph, read what Microsoft Graph are using, bring it on your JSON token, analyze it, and because you are connected to the M365 and Azure, you can do comments to Teams, or you can run Power Automate flows. The flow is the best way to use Azure Graph calls. So you can write a Python script to collect all this data. Azure runbooks. That's the magic word for your enterprise
solution. The runbooks are part of the Azure Automate, right?
Yes. Also, Power Automate is the lowest version of the Azure runbooks. They are more powerful on the Azure side. It's like more for citizen developers, the Power Automate.
And you have to still install the OMS agent, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm trying to now. Okay. Could you please go to your slide with updates, or perhaps in the portal on this machine? You mentioned the updates.
Yes.
We can see. Could you please show the updates for a bunch of virtual machines, not only for one machine?
No, not for all the updates. So if you have your machine installed and you take a search for updates from the updates service from Microsoft, and then you become a catalog from all these updates. And you can select the KB number, what to install. You can refuse a KB number, and you can retain the updates. You can set the update for the next week, but you can't change in the catalog from Microsoft. That is not.
I'm trying to compare this solution to Visus. Because Visus is a central managed update solution, so I see all the updates. Then I agree on one update, then I get all the computers, and I do a bunch of updates at one time.
And that is what I try to implement. In Visus, first I call the updates, and then as administrator, I select my updates, and then I decide, okay, install this. Because never install an update if you have tested it. But critical updates and very high updates. I think it's best practice. We need to install it at the same day. Zero exploits, etc. So, and all the another updates, you pick common information. There are features, or there are another updates, and you can review this one. You can test it, install it, and then select the updates and install it later. But it's not like the Visus where you have a bunch of collections. Yes. Another question for you?
This one is a question. So I have, as opposed to my last one. For a client before, I've assisted them with something a bit similar, using a different platform, a different cloud platform, and it's impressive to see what you've got in this hybridization platform here for to fit it all together. So, but one of the advantages that with what I was able to use before was using TLS 1.2, and for the DSGVO GDPR stuff, was that we were able to apply it to old legacy systems because it was quite lightweight and it had lots of different platforms that it supported. And so it was able to be squeezed into those platforms without them really noticing or being affected. I'm just wondering sort of, how many platforms do you support? Is it Microsoft? I think you mentioned Linux. So what sort of platform support is there for the agent? And also, B, is there a sort of a lightweight version of the agent that supports older platforms? And is it something that they don't notice?
Yeah. What platforms? Really, I was testing it with Red Hat, with Ubuntu. My preferred Linux system, Arch Linux, because it's from the first install. It's the most quietly heavy system to install, but I also can manage Arch Linux. Unix systems, we can install it. Yeah, I don't have any issues with every modern system, but don't use Windows NT for this one. Yeah, but I don't have experience with issues with the agent.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the crowd at this point? If not,
great.
I suggest exactly this. The next stage of this evening is some kind of feast on the outside. We actually have our infamous currywurst prepared. There is vegan additions as well. Once you are done with that, there will be a piece of music, it appears. That's very kind of you, thanks. No, there will actually be 2 other sessions and 1 more panel. The next session will be starting at the full hour, so you have almost 30 minutes to eat something outside, and then we will have Olena Borosenko-Turianska from Xspirit joining us for the next session in, as I said, like 25 minutes. See you then.
जश्न बहारा है इश्क ये देख के हैरा है कहने को जश्न बहारा है, इश्क ये देख गहरा है, फूल से खुशबू खफा खफा है गुलशन में, छुपा है कोई रंज फिजा की चिलमन में, सारे सहमे नजारे हैं, सोए सोए वक्त के धारे हैं, और दिल में कोई कोई सी बातें हैं, ओ कहने को जश्न बहारा है, इश्क ये देख गहरा है, फूल से खुशबू खफा खफा है गुलशन में, छुपा है कोई रंज फिजा की चिलमन में। कैसे कहे क्या है सितम, सोचते हैं अब ये हम, कोई कैसे कहे वो है या नहीं हमारे, करते तो है साथ सफर, फासले हैं फिर भी मगर, जैसे मिलते नहीं किसी दरिया के दो किनारे, पास है फिर भी पास नहीं, हमको ये गम रास नहीं, शीशे की एक दीवार है जैसे दरमिया, कहने को जश्न बहारा है, इश्क ये देख गहरा है, फूल से खुशबू खफा खफा है गुलशन में, छुपा है कोई रंज फिजा की चिलमन में।
सब गाते हैं सब ही मदहोश है, हम तुम क्यों खामोश हैं, साज़े दिल छेड़ो ना, चुप हो क्यों गाओ ना, आओ ना, आओ ना, आओ ना, ये रागिनी धड़कन में क्या राग है ये हुआ क्या हमें हमको समझाओ ना ये हुआ क्या हमें हमको समझाओ ना सब गाते हैं सब ही मदहोश है हम तुम क्यों खामोश हैं दिल में जो बातें हैं होठों पे लाओ ना आओ ना आओ ना
अब कोई दूरी न उलझन कोई बस एक इकरार है अब ना कहीं हम ना तुम हो कहीं बस प्यार ही प्यार है सुन सको धड़कने इतने पास आओ ना सुन सको धड़कने इतने पास आओ ना सब गाते हैं सब ही मदहोश है हम तुम क्यों खामोश हैं अब मेरे सपनों पे तुम ही तुम छाओ ना आओ ना आओ ना आओ ना आओ ना मेरा दिल भी कितना पागल है ये प्यार तो तुमसे करता है पर सामने जब तुम आते हो पर सामने जब तुम आते हो कुछ भी कहने से डरता है ओ मेरे साजन ओ मेरे साजन 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 ओ मेरे साजन My heart was waiting for you girl I totally adore you My heart was waiting for you girl I totally adore you कितना इसको समझाता हूँ कितना इसको पहनाता हूँ ना कुछ ना समझता है दिन रात राहें भरता है मेरा दिल भी कितना पागल है ये प्यार तो तुमसे करता है पर सामने जब तुम आते हो पर सामने जब तुम आते हो कुछ भी कहने से डरता है ओ मेरे साजन ओ मेरे साजन 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 ओ साजन My heart goes crazy for you girl I totally adore you girl My heart goes crazy for you girl I totally adore you girl तेरी काली लकीरों से जिंद मेरी जागे धड़कन से तेज दौड़ूं सपनों से आगे अब जहाँ लुट जाए ये जहाँ छूट जाए संग प्यार रहे मैं रहूं ना रहूं सजना तेरा सजना इन रहना अब जहाँ लुट जाए ये जहाँ छूट जाए संग प्यार रहे मैं रहूं ना रहूं सजना तेरा सजना मैं तेरा सजना चाप तिलक सब छीन रे हौसले नाम लेके ओ छाप तिलक सब छीन रे हौसले नाम लेके नैना मिलाएंगे नैना मिलाएंगे नैना मिलाएंगे नैना मिलाएंगे सब कुछ मोरा छीरे बसे नैना मिलाएंगे छाप तिलक सब छीरे बसे नैना मिलाएंगे खुसरो निजाम के खुसरो निजाम के मुल बन जाए खुसरो निजाम के जान गए मुँह सुहागनी मोहे प्रेम भटेगा प्रेम भटेगा मन मत वाली कड़वी मोसे मत वाली
सपने सोते जागते जो बरसे सपने बूंद बूंद नैनों को मूंद मूंद जो बरसे सपने बूंद बूंद नैनों को मूंद मूंद कैसे मैं चलूं देखना सकूं अनजाना कहानी है क्या किसे पता मैं तो किसी की होके ये भी न जानी पल किया रहेगी सदा जो बरसे सपने बूंद बूंद नैनों को मूंद मूंद कैसे मैं चलूं देखना सकूं अनजाना तू ही जा भी है तू खुशी है आसरा भी है तेरी चाहत जिंदगी है तू मोहब्बत तू आशिकी है तू आशिकी है तू ही दिल है तू ही जानी है तू खुशी है आसरा भी है तेरी चाहत जिंदगी है तू मोहब्बत तू आशिकी है तू आशिकी है तू आशिकी है तू आशिकी है देखता हूँ तुझे तेरा चेहरा रोशनी है तू मोहब्बत तू आशिकी है तू आशिकी है तू है आसमां में तेरी ये ज़मीं है तू जो है तो सब कुछ है ना कोई कमी है तू ही दिल है तू ही जान भी है तू खुशी है आसरा भी है तेरी चाहत जिंदगी है तू मोहब्बत तू आशिकी है तू आशिकी है तू आशिकी जिंदगी आशिकी जिंदगी आशिकी है राहों में तन्हा हूँ, साथ ले चल यूं संग तेरे सफर पूरा करूं राहों में तन्हा हूँ, साथ ले चल यूं संग तेरे सफर पूरा करूं क्या कहूँ ऐ जिंदगी तू है मेरी सांस रहना तू पास हर घड़ी तू दिल मेरा साथ थाम ले हाथ चाहे जो भी हो बात तू बस दे दे मेरा साथ तू बस दे दे मेरा साथ लगता क्यों बाहों में बस तेरी महफूज हूँ तुझको जो पाया तो है ये लगता क्यों बाहों में बस तेरी महफूज हूँ साया मेरा जिंदगी में आओ जिंदगी बिताओ बस यही तू दे दे मेरा साथ थाम ले हाथ चाहे जो भी हो तू बस दे दे मेरा साथ तू बस दे दे मेरा साथ आती रहे, ऐसी मुलाकातें होती रहे, तू जो मेरे पास रहे, जादू सा यूं चलता रहे। होना है जिसे वो हो जाने दो, खोना है इसे तो खो जाने दो, दूर से तो होगा नहीं, थोड़ा तो करीब आने दो। तू जो मिला ना हो गया मैं काबिल, तू जो मिला तो हो गया सब हासिल, तू जो मिला आसान हुई मुश्किल, क्योंकि तू धड़कन मैं दिल। आशियाना तेरा साथ मेरे है ना, ढूंढते तेरी गली मुझको घर मिला। आबदाना तेरा हाथ मेरे है ना, ढूंढते तेरा खुदा मुझको रब मिला। ओ लाखों मिले कोई भी न तुमसा मिला, ओ मेरा ये दिल तेरी ओर चलता गया ना रुका। मेरे यारा मेरे यारा मान जाना मेरे यारा। तू जो मिला हो गया मैं काबिल, तू जो मिला तो हो गया सब हासिल, तू जो मिला आसान हुई मुश्किल, क्योंकि तू धड़कन मैं दिल। जरा सी दिल में दे जगह तू, जरा सा अपना ले बना, जरा सा ख्वाबों में सजा तू, जरा सा यादों में बसा। मैं चाहूं तुझको मेरी जा पे पना, फिदा हूं तुझ पे मेरी जा पे पना। जरा सी दिल में दे जगह तू, जरा सा अपना ले बना, जरा सा ख्वाबों में सजा तू, जरा सा यादों में बसा।
While our next speaker will never be actually ready, now is the best time, if ever, to join Alina's upcoming session.
I was explicitly told not to announce her as brilliant because she didn't say anything yet, but I feel this will be amazing. Please give a warm...
Is it a time that we are ready ever? Oh.
Let's
No,
do this.
Okay. Okay. I guess no choice now. Have to be ready. Okay. Okay. I will wait just a few more seconds before everyone else will get in the room. It's a perfect time for a picture. If someone wants to make a picture, I will be standing nicely, smiling without any issues, because usually Twitter pictures are horrible. Yeah, thank you. That's the only first time that I'm asking for this, because I really cannot take any more of those pictures all over the Twitter. No, thanks. All right. I'm starting because I don't have any more jokes. So going real time using Azure Cosmos DB and React. This is the name of my session. Before I will jump into actual presentation, I will just say a couple of words about me. My name is Olena Borzanko. I'm Microsoft MVP, and I'm working in a company called Xspirit as a consultant, IT consultant. So there is my Twitter handle. All those pictures that you made, you can tag me now. So I'm originally from Ukraine. That's the reason why there is a Ukrainian flag. But I lived for the last 4 years in Germany, in Berlin. So what I'm going to talk about today is about the use case I had in my very first company in Berlin, actually. It was Durst Express. Maybe someone heard of it. Now it's Flaschenpost, and it was a beverages delivery. So the business was based on distributing beverages to your door, taking products from your home, giving back the refund for the bottles and the crates. And we had a use case that we wanted to have a real-time monitoring of all the things that were happening in our warehouse. So our warehouse had the movements inside. Every product, every crate, every item that was moved, picked, or arrived in the warehouse was registered as the item that moved from location A to location B. This is the most important, one of the most important information for the warehouse, for any warehouse, because based on this information, it's basically all the events that are happening in your warehouse are represented by the movements. So they are driving the physical processes in your warehouse. Based on this information, you can calculate your stock information, and you can find out if your stock is in the right place, if all your items are located where they should be. To implement this use case, we decided to go with the Azure stack, of course, and we chose for us Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Functions, and SignalR, Azure SignalR. So the reason for this choice, I will now start explaining. I will start from Azure Cosmos DB. So how many people worked here with Azure Cosmos DB? Great. So this slide is useful. So just a couple of words so you will understand why am I talking about Cosmos DB? Because it's a globally distributed document-based multimodal database. So as you can see here, they have different APIs, Stable API, Cassandra SQL, MongoDB, and Gremlin. So you can choose what kind of data and what representation to store there. They also, besides global distribution and elastic scale out, they guarantee low latency, 5 different consistency levels, and comprehensive SLAs. So about consistency levels, it's very interesting because none of the other databases is offering the same amount of levels. And there's a really great session from Mark Brown about consistency levels. If someone is interested about it, I really recommend to check it out. So this is about the database itself, but what's the value of database? So when the events are getting written in the database, when our documents are written in the database, there is no actual schema. So it's a schema-less database. All these changes that is happening there are getting stored in a thing called change feed. So change feed is basically our event sourcing from the box, I would say. And Azure Cosmos DB has a support of all other, not all, but a very, very big amount of other Azure services. So we can trigger easily an API when the document is inserted or modified, and we can react on those changes. That was our case, what we were doing when every time a picker inside of our house, our employee, was scanning the product, we were writing this document in Cosmos DB. And then from change feed, we were able either to read this data at any point of time, or we were able to react on these changes, those inserts, and modify the data. Maybe use another Azure function and generate the stock information. Also, maybe push this data to Azure Signaler. So that's how we were using it. For our case, because we were a web shop, the stream processing was also quite important for us. If you wanted to have a real-time, for example, suggestions, hey, your friend or you were choosing before this product, maybe you will also like this product as well, or that kind of suggestions, like Amazon, for example, have. Azure services like Apache Spark and Hadoop, they offering real-time processing of the data under the hood. So they actually connecting to the Cosmos DB behind the scene and can allow you to really quickly make very complicated calculations. You also have a zero downtime migration. If that would be ever the case that you would want to move all your data from your current database to another database, I don't know how many times this happened to any of you, that you chose, for example, a relative database and your client or your team decided to move then to another database. Can you raise the hand? Okay, 1 time, 2 times, because it's usually a requirement from a client or your team. What if we will decide to move to another database? So that also was not a problem here with Cosmos DB. You can easily pull all your documents, pull all your data from change feed, because this is the storage of all the things that happen in your database, and move it in a blob storage or another Cosmos DB or whatever you want. So that kind of approach, that kind of technology allowed us to have really flexible ways of solving our issues. So here is a very simple representation of how we did the stock calculation and how we were tracking our items. As I mentioned before, the movements were very important for us, and we were using function up, so we were using Azure functions to react every time when the product was scanned. We were writing those changes in Azure Cosmos DB, and then based on this information from change feed, we were pulling this data, either we were reacting with the triggers to write back with our Azure functions information to the Azure Cosmos DB. So we were creating 2 different snapshots based on the same data. One snapshot was showing us the state of our warehouse, and another one was calculating the stock. And then we were writing back this data in the different containers. So Azure Cosmos DB has one database, but in one database you can have multiple containers or collections, they used to call it before. The way how the data is getting stored in those collections, it's you have to have a partition key provided. So the partition key is basically how your data will be abstractly grouped. And those groups are called logical partitions. They also have a different level, which is called physical partition, but this is not something that should be any of your concern, because this is managed by Microsoft, by Azure. It says how your data is stored on actual physical machines. But it is important to understand how it works, because if you will choose a logical partition, if you will partition your data in the wrong way, then the storage of your data might lead to the hot partitioning, which will lead to increase of a cost or to some deadlocks, basically. So when we had our movements written in our database, and we already had 2 different type of data calculated for us, so we had the triggers, and we brought this data back to database, we wanted to show this information. So the stock monitoring was coming into place. How can we immediately show everything what was written in a database somewhere else? Probably maybe dashboards in your office, maybe green numbers, how many orders arrived to the today or for the week. I don't know. That depends on the business. So from the previous picture, you saw the calculated stock was written back to the Azure Cosmos DB. What was happening afterwards, we were reacting on this data that was written in change feed, and we were populating our data to Signaler service. And then it was available for all our clients. So we were easily able to show the information on dashboards, on our web shop, on our mobile devices, and give information for our employees in the warehouse. So this case showed us that this is very simple to operate with those bricks, like Azure services. It's like Lego bricks. You can manipulate with them, you can turn around, you can put as many Azure functions as you want, and you can build great things. You can start from very basic model and then grow your logic on top of this. So we had a really, besides flexibility, we also had simplicity. The function apps. So function apps, it's a unit of deployment and development and can have many functions inside. So those functions that you saw on the picture, each of them was a different function. Each of them was responsible for the different thing. And one function app, yes, can contain many functions, but you should not put all your logic in one function app, because you have to understand this is a unit of deployment. Every time you make the change, you will have to redeploy it. If you will redeploy the whole application, well, the whole flexibility and simplicity is going away. So put as many functions as you need, as you will redeploy together, if they really have to be in one place. But usually, I don't know, I heard the opinion that one function app is one function and it's really should work like this. So yes, for the current use case, I was using bindings and triggers. So I was using HTTP trigger. So I would have a published on Azure function, and I will make just a simple HTTP request, for example, to get all my information about movements or get the stock information from the containers. I will also have a Cosmos DB trigger. A Cosmos DB trigger will react on changes in your current collection, in your current container. So when you wrote a movement in one of your containers, another container might have an Azure function that will be listening to those changes and will receive those changes, and you can then aggregate them, make some calculations, and write back the data. Then I also used Cosmos DB bindings. You can have two different types of bindings, input and output. So when you use an input binding, it means that on the start of the execution of your function app, you will pull some data in your function. Output binding means that when it's finishing the execution, your data will be automatically pushed and saved to Cosmos DB. Depends on what container you're using and what collection. So this is how it looks in the code. You have, I will have like 5 different functions, I think. So each of those functions will make different things. So one of them will create a movement, will aggregate some stock information, then we'll be negotiating points for the signaler, and so on. So as I was saying, you can have different type of triggers, bindings, and so on. You can also combine them. Every function can have only one trigger, but can have multiple bindings. So if you're having I have my create movements function, I have HTTP trigger, which I will be using just to trigger create movement from A to B, this product, whatever. And then I will use a binding to actually save my data to the Cosmos DB. This is a bit older example. I updated my code. I will show it just in a few moments. In new versions of the packages, it will be not collection name, but it will be container name. It will be not connection string, but not connection string settings, but connection string or just connection. So they sometimes change the namings. So I'm just saying this so it would not be confusing when you will see in a few moments the code actually. So this is one function. The second function is calculate stock per storage location. So the storage location is your actual place in the warehouse, and the calculation of the stock will have this Cosmos DB trigger. So every time when we would make changes in a movement container, this function will be triggered, and we will recalculate our data and put it back in Cosmos DB. This is how we will get our data. It's also trigger, and we will just make an API call with a get method. And here, Cosmos DB will pull all the information from stock per location container. It will be all information because it's inbound binding, and we will just return everything how it is. So with that kind of approach, Azure Functions, because it was the first time that me and my team, the whole business probably, used the Azure services, what we noticed that we have much less code. But it also leads to a bit more complexity because it's not that explicit, not that obvious what is happening there. When I showed this example, because I was the one who was building POCs for our business, when I started to show those examples for the team, it took a bit of a learning curve for everyone to understand what is happening there. So if someone never used Azure Functions, never used with Azure, it might look a bit weird and complicated, but it's not actually in the end. So for us, it took like maybe 1 or 2 weeks for the whole team to actually understand how it works and start actually building all the separate services. So I will go to the code now. I will try to go to the code. Yep. Yes, this one. So as I was showing before, there is a create movements. I just want to show just a tiny bit what is happening inside here and how it's working. Of course, it's all test data. There is nothing actually real happening, and I have a separate file here with just some dumb data which will be randomized. But however, this is the create movement, and as I said before, the naming is a bit different because I was just updating packages recently, which you should never do before the demo, but it's anyway. So you have container name and you have a database name and your connection. So this connection, Cosmos DB connection, this is one of the configurations you will have to put on Azure. You will go create your Azure Cosmos DB and you will go back to your function app and put the configuration there. So this is how create movements is happening. We are receiving some kind of a body, but it's not required in this case because I just wanted to generate some dump data. If I don't have anything, I will just generate like 5 random movements. And that's what is happening after this. Create single movement is a very simple method that will just generate me random data again. And we'll use this document out, which we received here, and we'll just add a thing. That's all. We don't need to provide save changes, whatever. That guarantees the document will be written in a database in Azure Cosmos DB. If you will go to another example, for example, when we had a movement changes, we will have this Cosmos DB trigger. The container name that we are listening is movements in a database warehouse. And when we will receive all this data, we can then deserialize, do some calculations, handle those changes, and then we will write this data back, but in a different container. So this is what is happening here. The same basically thing. We're generating some data, we're creating stock or updating already the file that exists in database. And if you go in the method itself, here, that's how the replacement is happening. So it will be either create an item or replace an item. And here the interesting thing is that it was to mention the partition key. It's not required to provide partition key explicitly. It will happen, the SDK will extract it under the hood on its own. But if you do this, it's kind of optimization a bit. So it's always good. You provide the ID of a document that you're updating. ID of the document is always a unique item. The partition key might be the same for different documents because that's how your documents will be grouped by, but ID of your document has to be always unique, otherwise you will just get exception, it will not work. Okay, and then we're going back to the get storage locations. So that's the method that we saw on the screen. That I will pull all the data stock per location from stock per location container. And that's how I will give it back. I just pulled it from the database. I know that I don't have that many storage locations to overload the request, like to lose some memory. So I will just get all the data and I will return it as it is. So in my case, even in the real warehouse, you will have, I don't know, maybe 100, maybe 1,000 items. It's not that big of an amount. Well, depends on the warehouse, of course. But anyway. So for us, it was perfectly fine, that kind of approach. Going back to the demo. to the presentation. There are a few more functions that I have, two more. The one which is negotiated endpoint. This is the endpoint needed for our UI, for basically our clients to receive the information about SignalR. So we will get SignalR connection info that will be redirect, not a redirect, but SignalR URL. So where the server actually, where the SignalR is actually laying on Azure, and the access token. There are going to be two things.
Are you using serverless SignalR?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, serverless, sorry. So it's also HTTP trigger, so our client will know where this function is published. We will just call this endpoint, we will receive the information, and then we will connect through the WebSocket to Azure SignalR. And one more is a stock change trigger. So this is how we will be pushing the data to our clients through the SignalR. So when the changes happened in a collection named stock per location, this trigger will be called, and SignalR will send all the information to the certain event. Will publish the information to the specific event. So this is how it looks like, just to explain one more time, the communication that is happening between the client, Azure function, and our UI, for example. So we have client, and we're calling the function negotiate. When we're receiving all the configuration, we establish in the WebSocket connection. And then when something happened with our data, the function will call a SignalR with SignalR binding and will tell that, hey, there is some data, some changes happened, give this data to a client. And that's what will happen. The SignalR will just push all this information to the clients. So creating a SignalR connection with a React application is very, very simple. We have a package, Microsoft SignalR. We will just create a hub connection builder. We specify the URL to our negotiating point, to our application that has a negotiating point, and then we just start in this connection. So in this point, we will have established connection, we will receive configuration, and the package will do everything for us. So this is basically the amount of code which is needed to actually connect to all this thing. And after this, to receive actual SignalR message, we will just need to write few more lines, to connection on, provide the event that we are listening to, and then what we want to do with the data that we are receiving. So I'll go back to the code and I will show how it looks, so you know that I'm not lying. It's really, so that's all what it takes to connect from React application. And this is, I used for this demo, it's just simple create React app example, and I just put this code in there. So at this point, I will already have a connection established, and I can do whatever I want with this. Yep. Going back to the backend, this is how negotiating point looks like all together. So as I said, we are receiving SignalR connection information. And if you will go here, we will have only URL and access token. So two properties for our case. And the stock change trigger, as I said before, we will return back the message with the data we received, creating a SignalR message. And this is the target. This is the event that our client will be listening to. So we are putting this data to the specific target and making it available for our clients. We can have multiple connections, multiple clients connected to the same stream and reading the data. So going now to Azure. Yes. I want to show the function app. So this is how it looks. Because I published it all together, this is how you should not do this. So you should not have all your functions in one function app. But because I don't want to have 5 different tabs to show you this, this is just for simplicity. We have here, the functions, we can go to the every function. I don't know how many of you worked with Azure Functions itself, but you can go here and actually have a health check. So basically understand if I have a connection, understand if your function actually working correctly, if it will load, if not, okay. So you can basically do something like test run and just run your function. I'm not gonna do this now. Just a few more things I want to mention. There is a configuration tab, and this is very important to remember. The two important configurations that I mentioned before in this example. First, it's a SignalR connection string, and second, it's a Cosmos DB connection string. This is two things without, and without them, the example would not work. The function would not be able to connect to your Cosmos DB and SignalR. So here they are. This one and this one. One more thing, because I was using local application, local client, if you want to do the same thing and make a testing, you will have to enable access control log credentials and course and put here your local host. Again, without this, you will not be able to establish the connection. And I will just show you quickly. So here I have the URL of my function up, and I just want to show what it looks like when it's negotiated successfully. So here we have negotiate 200, and if you have a look in the payload, preview, we will have access token and the URL to our SignalR. So that's how it looks when the connection actually established, and now I will be able to listen to the events when something is happening. If I will go now to database, no, before the database, one more thing, the keys, for example, you can have here. So for the SignalR and Cosmos DB, it's the same. It's a key stub, because I don't remember why, but I was looking for a really long time when I was doing the first time the demo for this case. I was looking for keys and connection string. I don't know why it was confusing. So now I'm always mentioning that that's the case. That's where they're laying. This is Azure Cosmos DB. As I was saying before, we have two different containers. One of it's a movement container, another is a stock per location. So that's how the items will look like. As I was saying before, it's just an article. For example, Coca-Cola, tonic water, doesn't really matter. And it was moved from location A to location B. So every time when the document is inserted here, the items will be generated in a different container. And this document will have just a summary of what location we are talking about and actual checkpoints of how many items of the certain article is on the current location. It might go in minus because I have quantity. And when we would have an actually live system, we noticed that sometimes numbers were going in minus, like really, really in minus. It's because something is getting broken, something is getting stilled, and it's normal. So you should not be, if you have a similar case like web shops or something, you should not be thinking that it's only positive numbers. That's how you actually track that something's happening wrong with your system. And because we have 2 minutes, I will go back to my presentation. And I'll just say a couple of words to summarize the presentation. So what I learned when I was doing this demo, not this demo, but actually the POC and the whole use case, that with Azure Functions, we had a less code, but a drawback, of course, the bit of a complexity and learning curve. And also, if you will use the Azure Functions in the wrong way, you can really make a mess, especially with triggers. If they will start triggering each other in a loop, you will not be able to. I mean, there are the ways. There are, of course, functionality, and Azure is providing some ways how to prevent this, but it's very real thing. With the Azure services, not just Azure Function, we were able actually to really concentrate on creating a business logic on writing our cases. We had 4 different teams, and each of our team was busy with a different part of the business. So someone was writing the actual warehouse logic, someone was writing shipments, someone was writing orders, and it was all separately deployed, managed, and written. And it was really comfortable because before we had a lot of dependencies and collisions, and again, it depends on how you implement this thing. So simplicity in building separate components, that's already what I said. So for us, it was win. We also built on the same technology stack the whole warehouse system. And with Azure Cosmos DB, we also decided to remodel the whole data, because before we had relational database, and it was complete mess for that kind of business, with all the tables and application of data. When we need to have the same data basically shown in multiple places, but just slightly different structure or schema, that was just a nightmare, because we were pulling all the time this just enormous amount of data, and we're trying to calculate it on the fly. The Cosmos DB allowed us to have a pre-calculated queries already stored in the database. So every time we were optimizing our writes for much cheaper and faster reads. And on this note, it's the end of presentation. So thank you so much for listening. If you have now any questions, I guess that's now the time. Yeah.
I do have a question. All right. So my question is,
I need to
why did you went with Cosmos DB and Change Suite and not, for example, with an Event Hub instead?
Event Hub. Well, the requirements we had from the very beginning was like globally distributed multimodal database. So that's what. Yeah, Change Suite. Yeah, I understood. Sorry. Now I got it.
So I mean that would be another question, because I mean Durst Express, or how they are called nowadays.
Flash and Post.
I mean, Flash and Post, they are operating in Germany, to my knowledge, and not globally distributed. So
because we left, because my team left. No, I'm joking. That was the plan before, because the merger happened. So the whole story is the merger happened.
Yeah.
We already had the whole system redone to microservices, and everything was working fine with Azure Stack, but without Cosmos DB. When the merger started, the amount of warehouses and products and users increased way too fast, and the warehouse system crashed.
Got it.
So we wanted to have a replacement, but our business was telling that we are going globally very, very soon. We want something global, we want something very easily scalable, we want something flexible and blah, blah, blah. And we saw that it's like Azure Cosmos DB is like everything in one go, because there is the change feed. It's like event sourcing from the box, and you can do smoke testing and blah, 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 and that kind of things.
I understand. It's not a cheap decision, but I get the points.
We had money. We had investors.
I understand.
So,
okay.
yeah, of course, we also took it into account, the prices.
Yeah.
But it was fine for the business. And it was fun for us. So.
Okay.
Also on Cosmos DB, the question, you said that you mentioned you wanted to use Cosmos DB because the client changes the whole time, the database and so on. So from my project, the client said, okay, I have requirements of relational SQL, for example, then we are going to SQL. If they are on JSON format, okay, let's take Azure Cosmos DB and so on. So this point, perhaps I didn't understand this, why your client choose the whole time another database as it was called in the front of the project.
You mean that we had before like relational, and why we chose like
yes.
Yeah, because we could have, first of all, you can still have like the SQL API is the default one. You can still have any kind of data. You can store it in a relational way in Cosmos DB as well. But for us, relational relational database was not working, because the amount of tables and how much of denormalized data we had just forced us to think about different solution. And if you have a web shop, like when we were selling the products, so goods, we have the same data. So the single source of truth we needed, and we need to generate the same things, but just in a different way. We need to calculate our storage and know how many articles we have. And then we need to know how many articles is on actual location. It's still the same data. So we need to denormalize it and duplicate it in like many places. And that's why we decided that it's much better to move from relational model to document-based in our case. And in Azure Cosmos DB, you can store data in any way you want, and you can partially denormalize it. So you can have still a document with normalized items. You can really, there is a lot of way how to model the data. But for us, it was, okay, if it would not work, we already have the system that is having a relational database. So,
Okay, thank you.
Maybe someone of you follow up the hot discussion in Twitter and LinkedIn about Amazon Prime, I think. They moved back from Lambda functions from AWS back to Monolith and saved 90% of costs. It's very interesting what's going on now in the community. And what do you think about it?
For AWS, from Lambdas to back.
Prime movie stuff. So Prime movies move back from Lambdas to monolithic stuff.
I don't. Yeah, I mean that's.
I can send you the article.
Yeah, please. But I think this is quite expected because first of all, I think everyone who is a developer here will recognize the desire to jump in a new technology without actually learning it properly. So I was dedicated to actually understand the technology before we made the decision, before we had a really long 3-4 months to just understand the use case, even how it's going to work. So I was lucky enough to get all this time for this, but that's not always the case. So yeah, it's totally, I can imagine that with time, the system will become so expensive and heavy that you would decide, well, Monolith was working better, let's just go back. Maybe that's the problem of implementation. Maybe that's the problem of something else. I would really like to read this
thread. Understood the article. That was a lot of orchestration, and with this function, you have a lot of orchestration to handle, or it will be handled for you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would actually. Seriously? No. Okay. Now, that would actually bring me to my next question. So how did you host the function? Because we know we have like the consumption level, premium level, the dedicated one, the Kubernetes one. And we have seen there are some limits when it comes to hosting. What, out of curiosity, what hosting model
what kind of limits you've seen?
There are potential customers in the room, so I would like to not discuss this openly.
You know, pointed to the room. Well, it's.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so I'm now looking, I guess, in the direction of a customer somewhere, maybe. No, I'm joking. I mean, it's really depends. I don't really remember how we decided to host it in the end because we changed it a couple of times.
Did you went with the consumption model? Like, did you just pay as you go for each call, or did you just put this to a dedicated? Because so here's the thing. So the experience that I have with my customers is that the consumption model works pretty fine. Albeit if you're doing lots of compute intensive stuff or long running stuff, it's much better or much stable or resilient if you would go with the dedicated level. That is an experience I have seen.
Now I remember. So we first had a consumption base, like pay as you go, because the time when we were doing all this stuff, I'm sorry, I should not. It was a migration of two companies. So we were shutting down and up and down the whole warehouses from time to time. So we knew that our load would not be stable for a long time. But what happened afterwards, I don't know, because I left.
Got it.
And I would not even say if I would know, because it's a running business. I don't want to tell the details of how they work. But yeah, that was the case from the beginning.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I thought the gutsiness on focusing on what's actually important is key. And you seem to, the gutsiness.
I can still hear you.
The gutsiness in focusing on what's actually important in the business operations seems to have been key here. You've avoided a lot of the reverse abstraction, which can turn up when just applying functions and trying to use them like you'd use anything else. And, I know a lot of, when introducing microservices, a lot of people sort of criticize the cost per operation, but the idea with microservices is that you're focusing on much more valuable operations, and you're trying to have far fewer of them. You're not just trying to do thousands a second. And I was just wondering if, when in your work on this, and because it resonates to me of what Zhamak Zaryani's been doing with data mesh, if there's something that was a theme for you in producing this, or if it's because that sort of cultural trip from what we're used to seeing in software development to this more distributed, truly distributed model seems true.
Yeah, you know, in this case, in this particular company that I used to work, we went through, I don't know how many circles in a hell, 9 of them probably. So we went through all of them, because when I joined, we had a monolith, and we first rewrote it completely on microservices, and it was working great. So we made this choking monolith thing, approach, sorry. And we already saw a lot of problems and mistakes we did. So when we got a second company started merging for us it was an opportunity to do everything right. And I'm not sure if we did everything right, because it's, again, something you have to observe for a long time to understand. But we knew in details a system. So it was not like we just came there, we looked around, let's use Azure. No, we really knew the details, and our team was actually making the architecture of the whole thing. So we thought that if the current approach was not, the problem was not with microservices. That part was working great. The problem was that the other part had a monolith as well, and was more profitable. So when we were merging not like this, microservices to monolith, not our system in there, but the opposite. And the first part that crashed was warehouse. So we needed to really find a solution fast, having all our knowledge that we already have about how the system works. And we were actually going in the warehouses, spending days there to see how people operate there, how people, like what they are asking us about, because the system was also built not just for our clients and from the other side of a monitor, but also for them. So with this knowledge, the fastest solution and the easiest was to save the business, because it was crashing like a Titanic. It was the Azure stack, and with Cosmos DB. So we just basically had to choose and act quickly. Well, relatively quickly, because as I said, we also had time to think about these technologies and decision like more.
Well, it sounds like you got your analysis right.
Okay, everyone. As I was informed, my face was only partially visible in the last break. Thank you, Alena.
Thank you so much.
An awkward situation. Our next guest and I, we have almost a little anniversary, because I actually met Said like a year ago at Microsoft Build.
I was also there.
Okay, well, then it's a ton of jubilates today. Case in point, I will look to adjust the height of this a little more for you. You're welcome. I'm very sorry. Actually, this is a good moment to tell all of you that Microsoft Build is about to happen 1 week and some from now. It will not be celebrated in Berlin, at least not on the very date of the happening, but you can join online, and you certainly should. We have about 2 minutes left for this break before Said will enter the stage, so please grab another drink, be very quick about it, and then we will learn about drone programming. Thank you.
तू
तुम्हें देखा तोड़ने को अब क्या बताऊं मैं ये साल है यहाँ वहाँ बस अपना दिल और कोशिश जो लेता हूँ मैं Everybody wanna know I feel like I really wanna be here with you. It's not enough to say that we are made for each other. It's not that, it's for the sadness. Finally, when you're calling out your dad. Finally, feeling like my whole life has changed. I never wanna be the same. It's time to rephrase. I take a step, you take a step, and me, I'm calling out to you. वैसे ही तुम्हें की तस्वीर जैसे छाए हो आंखों में हम सारे जो मेरा ख्वाब हो वो सारे क्यों ना बेताब हो कहूँ तो क्या कहूँ मैं क्यों दीवाना हूँ तुम्हारे बारे में ही हर घड़ी में सोचता हूँ एक बारिया भी जा यारा एक बारिया राह तकूं मैं बेचारा एक बारिया ढल रही शाम है दिल तेरे नाम है इसकी आदत बनी है तेरी यारियां चांद हूँ मैं तू है तारा एक बारिया
हाँ हद से गुजरने लगी है मेरी चाहते धड़कन की बेताबियां करने लगी इल्तिजा लग जा गले से जरा तो मिले राहते बस तुझे चाहना एक यही काम है काम आने लगी सारी बेकारियां उस पे समा भी है प्यारा एक बारिया भी जाया ना एक बारिया है प्यार तो कई दफा किया तुझसे नहीं किया तो क्या किया तेरा मेरा ये वास्ता है इस जिंदगी की रास्ता या फिर कोई हमारा पहले से है राबता तो एक बारिया भी जा तो एक बारिया भी जा तो एक बारिया भी जा तो एक बारिया भी जा
Everybody.
क्या मैं कहूँ या मैं सहूँ कहानी मेरी मैं लिखता रहूँ कुछ सुनने को तो यहाँ पे नहीं लफ्ज़ है कम है किससे कही
Dear friends, once again, dear friends, Mr. Zaid Zaim.
Hi, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you very much to Alex and Clemens for the exciting invitation. It's my first time speaking here at the Microsoft Reactor, especially in Berlin in person. So thank you so much. So it was a long conversation, actually, when I wanted, discussing with Alex, okay, what should I do? What should I do? Should I do some slides or should we like jump in directly into a demo? What I'm doing today is a bit of an off topic. So I have like the Telodrone from DJI. Some people might know it. So I bought it a few months ago and I love drones basically. And I had the HoloLens also available. So who knows mixed reality or the HoloLens device? Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, that's amazing. So yeah, I'm also a mixed reality MVP. In a nutshell, mixed reality means, so basically we have here the HoloLens headset, you wear the HoloLens and then you can see exciting, digital 3D content that we can integrate into the physical world. So you can see the physical world, and we can get some 3D objects integrated. Exactly. So this is how basically at the beginning the story started. So I had the HoloLens, I bought the drone, and then I really loved how the opportunity to see how can I basically connect these both toys together. And then in November, sometime like the hype of ChatGPT started. Wow, yeah, and you can do anything with it, and coding, from coding to writing amazing agendas, as we saw on Alex's side. And I thought then, and I'm not like the 24/7 hacker and coder that I sit in the Keller and then start coding. So I thought, okay, let's go to ChatGPT, and let's first basically see how can I even like start coding the Telodrone. So I came across this how do you say I did not really understand anything of the architecture here. So like in a nutshell, it sounds amazing. Architecture, yeah, cool. Connect with a drone, yeah, nice. And so here you can see basically it's describing how we can establish the connection between the Telo and like another device. So we have here the architecture. At the beginning, we want to connect with a Telo. So on the device we have, it should be like the UDP client, and this UDP client, we send and receive messages from the HoloLens to the Telo, and then get a response back if this message is accepted. And at the very beginning, we like send the command here to the Telo, and in this way we hack into the Telo. And then basically afterwards, we can like start sending these cool commands here. So these are taken basically as strings. And then sorry? It like I was flying, and then I especially integrated in one of the demos an emergency button where it flew from the sky, and then luckily still working, Exactly. So yeah, this is like in a nutshell what this ununderstandable document is. So I realized then I will take some of these architecture thingies and let's copy and paste them into ChatGPT. So like this was one of my questions, like really from a very beginner perspective, I was a bit too lazy to Google. And yeah, so we came up with really cool, amazing base structure. And of course, like I wouldn't like copy and paste this in Unity because I'm not really secure. So this is like, I think one of the things Alex mentioned. Okay, ChatGPT gives you a very promising and trustworthy things, but highly not recommended to bring it directly into production. So yeah, then I took some of this code. So here, like I tried implementing the first part of the architecture. So I want basically to find a way how can I send and receive basically one message from the drone. So exactly here we created the UDP client at the beginning, and then here we assigned the port of the Telodrone, the IP address, and then here below the port. And then at the beginning, like we can also start playing later on with some functions and stuff. So we want basically to send and receive these connections. So below we created, I'm not understanding the code I generated here. 1 second. Exactly. So it is basically we are sending these. So this command we are. So the command we are encoding it to ASCII, and then we send it from this client to so from the HoloLens client to the Tello. And at the very beginning, we connect before we start like playing with the HoloLens and the Tello. So you wear the HoloLens, and then you connect with the Tello via Wi-Fi. So and then you connect, and then you can start like in Unity in this case, send and receive the messages. And to me, like it was really a big dream to me to basically start, coding a drone. So with this, I was really happy at the beginning, and then I jumped into Unity, and I first, played around, created this UDP client that supports us connecting with a teledrone, as mentioned above. So I created first a function that we connect with. To send basically the command to the telo, and then we want to receive a response later on. So this function sends the message to the telo via the UDP client function in C#. And then we encode it, decode it, and then from the response, in this case, I called it here like start listening. So the whole time the client listens if we are receiving from the telo any messages back. So from there, like the only options that we can receive are okay or an error. So we see error is like bad, the message lost or did not arrive in there. So exactly. So so that's it basically in a very like abstract way how you can connect to the telo. And also like the project is open source, so I can later on give it to you so you can have a look on it deeper. Exactly. And then we created another script, so a drone handler. This drone handler basically contains different functions. So in the app later on, we will have like a hand menu or something where we can call these functions on. And here I really integrated the commands into small functions, connecting them with send to drone function to be able to send the certain commands to the telo. Exactly. So these are like the two main components for now, the two main scripts that can make our idea or dream come to life. Exactly. Did anyone of you heard of MRTK, the Mixed Reality Toolkit, beside Mark? No, just joking. Does anyone know the Mixed Reality Toolkit? Okay, so I don't have, unfortunately, the slides. You told me don't to make slides, Alex. Sorry? Well, this one is made with MRTK3. So basically here we see, what is MRTK? MRTK stands for the Mixed Reality Toolkit. It allows us basically to develop mixed reality experiences for multiple AR, VR, XR devices. It's an open source project run by Microsoft, and it provides amazing UX UI components that we can basically map certain functions to initiate some actions. One of the cool highlights, like on a side note, MRTK3 is currently in its third generation. It supports, like it's based on OpenXR, and with that it allows us basically to deploy our apps to multiple XR devices. So from the HoloLens to the Quest to mobile AR. Exactly. So yeah, so it provides basically also these predefined UI components and predefined scripts that support us basically to master the jump into mixed reality. So here basically I have two menus. Like this would be really cool later on. Like I hold my hand like this, and then the menu moves with me. So like this is the emergency menu I have. Sorry, in case my voice was a bit bad before. Exactly. So this is my emergency menu. It contains like the first function to connect with Tello SDK. The second one is we take off, and then the third one, emergency / land. Exactly. And this is this one. The other one is like a control. It's like a control panel containing other functionalities, like to move the drone forward, to the right, to the left, and then ascend, descend. And then here I have like on the right some special functions. Want to make the drone do flips or move in square or start bouncing. So we might be able to try this in a bit. Exactly. So that's it basically in terms of, yeah, a very quick introduction. So exactly. So like, again, to wrap this part up, we have basically two scripts. The one is handling the connection to the Tello, and then the other one containing multiple functions that we can call to make the Tello behave accordingly, according to certain actions we initiate from the HoloLens. So I have a video with me. So for our virtual audience, sorry? Exactly, Matthias. But yeah, for now I will demonstrate like a quick video to our virtual audience. And then I hope we can do a live demo in a bit. Can I get some sound? Because I integrated some music. I don't know. So unfortunately today, my friend and partner in crime, Christian Klesner, wasn't able to make it to the event. So he gave me a challenge. So I'm developing the project together with him. So he told me like, we continue with the project, but you go to Alexanderplatz and we do a video at Alexanderplatz, we fly it there. And then we see if we can continue with the project. And then I accepted the challenge, and then I took it. So here from Alexanderplatz, we're starting the application. I found a really cool random friend here on the street. Told him, okay, I will invite you. I'll give you an amazing tour. He was a tourist from Dubai, visiting Berlin, and yeah, I asked him, let's do a nice video together. And then here in the background, like I am having the Wednesday dance music running. So here, yeah. So I took off with the drone. Then done a flip here, like you can see on the bigger screen, you see the first person view from the HoloLens, and on the left is a split screen filming me from the left, from the third person perspective. And here I have a cube, like, I don't know, you can move it and then the drone can move accordingly. It is actually very fast. We can have a look on it in a bit, hopefully. So, yeah. So, yeah, this is like the video. So this was for our virtual audience. I hope you guys loved it. And then it's a pity that you are not here. So we have here a HoloLens 2 with us, and we have the Tello drone. And let's try doing a live demo. Yes, of course. I definitely. One thing also I want to say, like, I did not really demo it before, so I would like to ask you guys on this side to join these guys on this side. Let's have some empty space. You, my friend, as well. Exactly. Can I have some water, because I'm like very stressed out. Oh,
I would honestly prefer if you were looking calm.
Open up. Sorry. Cheers. Cheers, guys. So, in case something happened, I hope nothing happened. So I will. Yeah. Oh, that's a really cool story. Yeah, as we can talk about it later. Exactly. So I wore here the HoloLens. So here I have like the Connect app on the side. And then I'll connect first my HoloLens, hopefully with the screen. Woo! Live demo. We got it running. Come on, guys. I need some energy here in the room. Who loves live demos? Come on. Who loves live demos? Like more. Yeah. Okay. So exactly. So I have the HoloLens on. No, I'm fine. Or yeah, that I don't. Let's keep a distance. Better. No, it's fine. So yeah, I'll turn on the Tello. Here it's turning on, hopefully. I'm turning it on. Yeah. Exactly. And then now I will connect with the Wi-Fi of the Tello. Yeah, here we see the Tello. No, it's showing red. To restart. No. I made sure that it was completely charged at the beginning, so. And guys, yeah, we are doing a live demo here, so. Why is it showing red? Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, almostly. Let's cross fingers. But not the live demo, so you didn't really see what is really happening. So, tack. No, it's all good. Hopefully. No, why is it red again? Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Where's the window? Oh yeah, that's the challenge, Mark. Okay, so No, still didn't connect. No. I really apologize. There's no connection with the drone yet. Yeah. Like these are like the cool tensions of demonstrating a live demo.
Especially next to it. Have you learned anything in the last years?
Come on. Oops. Yeah. Okay, good. It's looking good. We are almost there. No, we should be fine. Yeah. Or Mark, if you like, you can help me.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Yes, looking green.
Oh, great.
Okay, so let's now connect. Hopefully, woo! We see the.
What? The microphone is the problem?
Woo! No, the fellow is flying. Ooh.
Yeah, send it to the right, that's fine.
Whoop, no.
I know why you all moved them to the right.
Whoopa. Ah! No, you need to be careful. Yeah. Where is the menu? Yeah.
You should try the emergency button now.
Yeah, in a bit. Okay, let's do a spin. Oopa.
Take care of the height.
Yeah. Yay. And now, who loves this flip? Again?
Yeah.
Woo!
And now do the thing with flames.
Flames?
With flames coming out of the rotors.
So, let's go a bit to the front. Whoop, no.
No, that was.
Yeah, I integrated actually text to speech or noise, so in case you clap more, it does a dance.
So if you clap, the drone comes to you. So
let's ascend a little bit. No, why? So Alex, I need you to move away.
It's been nice knowing you, Alex.
I'm not really knowing what is happening. Yeah, that's good. What? No.
Yay!
You're awesome. Okay, so that's pretty much it. We showed a live demo, so it is like work in progress. It is basically a really cool, I I mean, the HoloLens is an industrial device, but imagine yourself one day going to a conference and throwing a demo with this. You will get, believe me, the half of the conference gathering around of you, saying, "Oh, wow, what is he doing here?" Like here and there. So, yeah, it is like more a playground, just for fun to experiment a little bit. Exactly. So that's it. Thank you so much for having me, Alex and Clemens. It was a great pleasure. And one secret I want to share is like this was literally my very first session/live demo of the project here today. So thank you so much.
I love how you all consolidated on this side of the room. That makes it easier for me. Thank you. Great working with you. Any questions from the community, or do you need some minutes to catch your breath? Okay, we have one.
Glad we did not end it with.
Hi, hi, Said.
Hey, my
the
friend.
The same presentation. I had it in Dublin with a real with a VR celebration for production. It was really nice, and it was really cool from you that you show that. From my perspective, is it how can we use that in the future for production, for the ERP system as a partner to sell it to in the industry? And
yeah, so yeah, as mentioned before, like the Tello, you wouldn't use basically the Tello for enterprise solutions, but with augmented reality, like we mentioned before, you can always see the real world, you know. So in an ideal industrial use case, could be like, okay, you have a real remote controller as a field service person, you have an enterprise drone, and then you always have an access through such a device to the camera feed, you know, so you can always then actively faster interact with the drone, and then you can have a better immersive experience. So exactly, and I think in industrial use cases, I think drones are most likely used in rescuing, in firefighting missions. Exactly. So I did not did not went that deep. Okay, how to go into the industrial space with it? Let's stay with the playground opportunity for now. Yeah, I mean, DJI is a leader in the space. So one of my the upcoming steps we would love basically to do is, okay, we have like a mini functioning demo. Maybe let's get together with Microsoft, DJI, and see how we can basically tackle HoloLens to be applied in their industrial series.
Yeah, just on the great demo, great intersection of things. And
you are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Said. And I would just like to say, in terms of the Anlageverwaltung question, I think this hints at a lot of things that would be possible in the future with asset management. For instance, within an organization, there are generally thousands of items which are parts of huge bills of materials that are very inaccessible in part. And you've got data on what condition they're supposed to be in. But sometimes you want to be able to actually inspect the item itself. That to be able to point a drone at this particular item or that particular item by just literally gesturing towards it, and to have the drone fly to that point is with a live feed that you can actually observe both the asset and the condition around the asset, the bird that's nested nearby, or the spider webs around it, or the corrosion, or whatever else. It's a hint into a view that is bigger than what we normally get from reality. So it's a way of this sort of stuff not just being adding pretty pictures or adding novelty to reality, but adding parts of the reality that we're not normally privy to because of the limitations of our humanness and our senses. So I think there's a lot to be seen of that in the future. yeah, and I think it's a great hint at it, even if you do demurely refer to it as a playground.
Exactly, and what I'm currently experimenting with this project at my university is like the HoloLens. It is mixed reality because basically it has on the surface depth sensors that allows basically the HoloLens to scan the environment and create a 3D mesh out of it, a 3D replica. So basically, and the Teledrone do not have obstacle avoidance sensors. So then let's go with an Alibaba cheap solution. Use the HoloLens object, like the 3D meshing spatial awareness feature to scan first the environment, and then like create a virtual cube in Unity that emulates the drone, and then the drone starts flying, this cube starts flying, then we get the information from the environment that we scanned, and then basically according to the position of the cube to the 3D mesh we have of the environment, we basically measure the distance, so then the drone can fakely detect obstacles. So yeah, this is one of the experiments we are currently playing around with.
No? Yeah, cool. It's more like I'm curious rather than I have a question. I used to work in the agri-tech culture, like agri-tech project, and the whole idea was long-term planning of what can grow on the fields in like 5-10 years. For this, we were like, the idea was of having drones. The drones will fly around the fields and will pick up the soil to make probes. So that was what they did. Would it be, how do you think, is it something combinable with this? Like, for example, the worker can sit somewhere in a building, but it's a large, like really a lot of fields. And I don't know, control the drone, or I don't know, see the damage of the maybe machinery or something like this? What do you think?
Like sitting in your operation center and from there controlling the drone. Actually, this is one of the things why I really loved the Meta Quest Pro from Meta, basically because it has as well this mixed reality feature where you can like have completely a VR experience and AR experience. So basically in VR, okay, or let's say you go first in AR, you start controlling or turning on the drone. And then the Meta Quest Pro has something called pass-through. So with that, basically you can select, I don't know, a canvas or something where you can see the real environment. Then you can jump at once to the virtual environment. And then one of my dream ideas is like creating a virtual environment of cyberpunk. You go in there, you have there some screens or something, some crazy cubes or buttons. Then you can start interacting with a drone from your virtual experience. Exactly. So this might like be a very, very ground up approach to what you just mentioned. Yeah.
And perhaps add to that story or that use case description. We used to have one client who shall remain unnamed, a large set of quarries. So very even environments where you could even actually leave out the human operator of the drone. So they created a cluster of drones that did fly specific routes across the environment. And this wasn't about content creation or generating images whatsoever, because they did no longer need the image feed for the controller. There was none. They were automatically, how would you say, navigated basically. But what they did was creating densitometric measurements. So this was mostly about exploring the density of the soil underneath the drones. And actually, a human operator would have been a liability to that process. So you can go further, not only operating them remotely, but not operating them at all at a certain level. And that was pretty amazing. Sorry for jumping in here. Any other questions? No? Well, in that case, since one of the people from today didn't make it, unfortunately, we have.
I could try pulling Christian into. I didn't say hi, but I don't know. No, might be okay. Might be somewhere. Yeah.
I thought we had a potential replacement panel at this point, for which I would hand over to Alex once more.
Or Alex, how about first taking a group picture?
Okay.
As a
Sure.
amazing memory to the community.
So Christian is stuck in Thailand, so that's why I have to fill the gap, and I will replace him in the last discussion. But we will also invite Daniel on stage. You will provide a demo to us, a Unity demo also, and so this idea from Zaid, it will be continued in the next interactive session. So that's why we are just going here, sitting there, and just discuss with you about Unity, 3D, ChatGPT, whatever you want next. So perhaps a small break so we can switch the laptops, and then we will do the next and last session.
However, actually, Said was right. I shall say that I made a mistake. Not one, but a couple of them, repeatedly. But today, last time at the last reactor, I made a mistake telling people, hey, I really hate asking you for Instagrammable content, but this is the last section of the reactor, so perhaps you wouldn't mind gathering in front of the stage, taking a picture, because memories and nostalgia and stuff like that. Well, I lied. It wasn't the last reactor session because there is still a reactor logo next to the Global Azure logo. So you are honored to be our, at least for now, final reactor guests. Thank you for doing this. I hate it.
Maybe let's do the
so yes, live stream. Yeah. If you repost this, please make sure to share the image with the handle, not with the handle, with the hashtag Global Azure.
Can one of them please come down and take a picture? No, you need to be with us. Come on.
I found a solution to this
last time. Okay. Good. And
बूंदे ये बरसे हैं कि घर आना, नैना ये तरसे हैं कि घर आना, तेरी लो से है रोशन मेरा जहां, कैसे जिएंगे हम समझाओ ना, बूंदे ये बरसे हैं कि घर आओ ना, घर आओ ना। मेरा जहां कैसे जिएंगे हम बतलाओ ना घर आओ ना घर आओ ना घर आओ ना घर आओ रिमझिम ये सावन कह रहा सुन ले पिया मुझको तू ना रुला इस तरह सुन ले पिया वीरान दिल का आशिया हाय पूछे है आखिर तू कहाँ घर आओ ना बूंदे ये बरसे हैं कि घर आओ ना घर आओ ना घर आओ ना कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ क्या तुम सुनोगे जो लम्हे हम जिए हैं क्या तुम चुनोगे कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ क्या तुम सुनोगे मुसाफिर नहीं किनारा हूँ मैं प्यारा नहीं पर क्या मुझ पर रुकोगे दिल में है तूफान आँखों में आतिश रूह है ये खाली क्या तुम ये सहोगे कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ क्या तुम सुनोगे वक्त से गिला है वक्त से मोहब्बत दोबारा मिले तो क्या तुम ही मिलोगे दी भी वही है अदब भी वही है क्या तब भी यूं मुझसे अलग ही चलोगे कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ क्या तुम सुनोगे जो लम्हे हम जिए हैं क्या तुम चुनोगे कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ क्या तुम सुनोगे ये दुनिया है फानी तेरी मेरी कहानी सितारों में जाकर क्या मेरे बनोगे ला 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 जाता क्या तुम सुनोगे जब पूछेगा वो तुमसे क्या मुझको चुनोगे
तू एक बार जो प्यार से मुझको छू ले तो हर जख्म भर जाएगा सराय के जासम के दीवाने दिल की मुझे अपने दिल से लगा तेरे प्यार में ऐसे जिए हम जला है ये दिल ये आंखें भूमि नम तेरे प्यार में ऐसे जिए हम जला है ये दिल ये आंखें हुई नम हमारे ख्यालों में ख्वाबों में यादों में बातों में रहते हो तुम बढ़ा के मैं ये हाथ छूना जो चाहूं तो पल भर में होते हो तुम तेरे प्यार में ऐसे जिए हम जला है ये दिल ये आंखें हुई नम
रंजानी सी ख्वाहिश है अनजाना है अफसाना ना मेरी कोई मंजिल है ना कोई है ठिकाना ना कोई है ठिकाना
Nein, auf geht's. Ich habe von Unity gar keine Ahnung. Ich habe mal Litznar programmiert, das war das Schlimmste. Litznar habe ich mal gemacht. Dieses Spiel, wie heißt das Spiel früher? Dieses
Sorry.
Achso, hast du?
Ich habe gerade Chat gesagt, aber draußen kein Lautsprecher, ist egal.
Ist das meins oder deins?
Das ist meins.
Achso.
Ich glaube, ne?
Ja.
Ich weiß
Danke
nicht, ob
dir.
das Englisch ist.
Ja, super.
Ja, Marc, das reicht ja schon vollkommen, oder? Niemals.
Marc, ich bin sehr begeistert, weil du wolltest immer den Demo sehen. Jetzt hast du das.
Jetzt habe ich die Demo gesehen, weißt du was? Ich habe mir jetzt eine bestellt. Was?
Nein.
Naja, ich habe das mit der API gesehen und dachte mir, ja geil, da habe ich ja schon mindestens 1, 2 Use Cases im Kopf. Und Stereo-Kit ist das erste, das muss ich Nick unbedingt zeigen. Wenn ich das
Dann machen wir das zusammen, bitte.
That's great. Let's talk about Azure use cases in this panel discussion.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay.
Aber wir können, is it already being recorded? Yes. Oh, yeah. So, shout out to Nick Klingenberg, who is the main or lead developer of StereoKit. And obviously, since I'm not a big fan of Unity because of the complexity,
And the
Stadio
setup.
will show us otherwise now. But that's why I'm a big fan of StereoKit, and it's much easier. It's kind of like code-first mixed reality, and that should make it much easier to implement what you just showcased here. And the other use case I would see for the Tello drone, since it offers a video feed, would be doing image or object recognition in
With Azure.
home automation systems. So like imagine something goes wrong in your house, you create some weird, you hear some weird noises. You can just get this drone going there and detect what's... I will start doing here.
Then join us, Mark.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get the others, or?
Okay, but
first, yes. Let's.
Done, yeah. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. So, can you? Which button? Okay, the button. So, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, cool. So maybe we can switch the. Yes, cool. So short to me, I'm Daniel. I call myself AI-powered software developer. I'm working for Key, not KI, Key Reply. So it's Japanese for tree. We are in the Reply group, and our main focus is providing or improving the software development using AI or low-code, no-code platform for that. So I was invited by Mark here to show you a small demo how we can, or how we should or can support Sahid in his daily work. Now I will turn it a little bit around. I will focus on, I will focus more on Unity to create a scene, and I'd like to show you how you can do this or how we may do this in the future. Okay, so first of all, let's start the approach. To follow the demo, I need to explain you the approach, what I did behind the scene. So first, I'm not a Unity developer. I'm not a C# expert. So that's why I said, I actually want to start with a story. I want to describe my scene as a story. So I created a story. Then I thought, how can we use OpenAI to help us creating the scene using within Unity using the power of OpenAI. So my idea was to send the story to OpenAI using, and this is important, using the model GPT-4. And I asked ChatGPT to write back a step-by-step guide. And here's it's important to understand that the step-by-step guide is not code. It's just a book where you see what kind of step you have to do to create the scene. So, and these kind of steps, and now this is important, or the interesting part, I use these steps to automate and to create the scene out of the box. So first of all, I need to thank Takahashi for founding the base. So he wrote a first prototype to connect to OpenAI, and I increased that. And what I did is I used, or I took all the steps what I generated before and sent this to OpenAI using the 3.5 model and asked them to write back the code or the scripts. And then with the script, I applied this to Unity and I created the scene. Okay, let's jump into the demo part or the showcase. So you can see here, I will stop now. On the right side, you can see the story I feeded the ChatGPT-4 to ask them to create a step-by-step guide. And then on the lower one, on the right bottom, you will see each step, what we will send to OpenAI to generate the script. And let's start with that. So the first step is to generate the base. The next step is to generate plants within our garden. By the way, I'm trying to create a garden, a really simple one. And the third step is to create the trees. And you can see how detailed ChatGPT, the Model 4, was to create each step, what you have to do to create these kind of objects. And then the fourth step, this is to create a pathway, so we can work on that. And the last part is to create the lantern. Sorry. So then when we created everything, this would be applied. And after you applied, you can see a little bit. So that's just for my kids. So nothing special, nothing fancy here. But you can see the pathway, you can see the trees, the lantern, and the plants. And what you can now do, so because this is a story and I start with the base, so you can start now fine-tuning and doing some more stuff with that. And what I did here, just to show you how you continue working with this environment, you will just use the Copilot. Let me say it this way. In a second, I will open the command line. Then you can place changes. You write what you want to have to change. And then you will send this back to OpenAI, and then he will change the trees. And you don't have to write anything in Unity. And he will do this. He will find the objects, and he will change the object as you described here with your own words. And if we combine this with virtual reality and speech recognition, yeah, then you can really do this live within your virtual environment. Okay, that's me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leonid. Thanks for the demo. I have many questions actually, because so you do chain of thought, this I understand. Then you send it to 3.5 to save money, I suppose.
No. So there's another reason for that, but good that you asked the first question.
Should I ask all questions at one time, or you?
No, I think it would be better because I'm not so good in remembering. Okay, so first, why I choose this option. So I did I tried to do this fully automated. So I used for this approach the 3.5, and I failed with the quality. So that's the only purpose or the only reason why I choose this two-step approach. So because if you use the newest model, you get a really good structured way, and he is also following all the condition you gave or the attention you gave them. So, and then the output, the step-by-step guide is really detailed. So I can really use this and send this to the 3.5, and he can really process this very well, as you could see. And also the errors creating the script was really less. So I had some compiler errors if I just use 3.5. So that's the reason, not the money.
No, but you could use GTP4 for everything.
Yeah, but then you have the problem with you cannot use the API. So because I use the OpenAI version and not the Azure version, so that's why I have no access to that. Personally, I don't have access to that.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the other reason. I totally agree. If we have access to the fourth model, then you can do this automatically. Yeah.
So what wasn't clear to me, so you have this, you showed us on the right side, that's how it seemed to me, the chain of thought commands, basically what you have to do, what the four model told you to do. And I didn't understand, did you do this by hand or?
No. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Good question. So to clarify this what you saw was generated. Everything was generated. I didn't do anything. The one thing I did is to create the story prompt. So that's what I did. But the other thing was generated by OpenAI. And also the steps you saw on the right was also generated.
This I understood, but how we didn't see, or I didn't see maybe how from the steps it became the trees. So is there a script running? Does it write a Python script? I have no clue.
So sorry don't have this as a real live demo.
I think you have an object like trees in Unity. You can define and say, okay, I want to have some trees, and Unity defines for you the objects.
Could you? Okay, exactly. So what I did is you run the steps, you send this to OpenAI, and then he will create the script here. And then after that, he's executing each of these script, and that creates the scene.
I didn't see the script.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
because I don't know how it works.
A lot of things are going and shifting. I understand. So thanks for your question.
I have also a question. Is it limited to, for example, if I want one object, also the tree behind, is it limited from the Netto language or not? So
No.
Could I also choose only one object, not all trees?
Yeah, exactly. So you can be really precise that you can say, okay, just select one object. I didn't try to say the right one or something like that, how we can handle that. I also had some problems to create this object because I used just simple objects. But if you imagine to have a library with object predefined, then you can say, okay, this is my library, these are my objects, and now creates a scene. So you don't need to know about that.
Just to get back to your question, there has been built last year, there was a showcase with Maya script where they were exactly using the GPT model to basically write Maya script. So they could definitely say like, take the left object or take the left sphere, make this blue, then take the two rightmost cubes and make them bigger. So
yeah, exactly. So that's a part what we need to understand at the moment. For this demo, what I presented or what I showed you here is for each step I'm executing or the right part, I'm creating a new session. So imagine to send the existing scene with all the information prior to the steps and instruction, then you can be more precise to say, okay, I have this scene, I have 5 lanterns, and I want to change the last 3 of them. And then you can much more precise, but you need to provide more content to that. So that's what I not did. So that's the next step. Yeah.
I also have one question. But before jumping to the question, I would like to give, I forgot to give like big kudos to Bruno Capuano. He's a very known cloud advocate at Microsoft who inspired me to get into drone programming. How can we like set up this AI prompt in Unity? So let's say I'm a very first beginner in this space. I open the Unity project. How can I set up the prompt?
So that's a really good question, and so we heard this phrase a lot, I guess. Yeah, a short answer is you need to understand how prompts are working, and that the quality of your prompt is the quality of your result, and you need to think more how to create a good prompt. There are ways to use ChatGPT to guide you to create this prompt. So there are also ways to help you with that.
But my question, I think I used the wrong expression. So how did you got like this window on the right where you are like doing the commands?
How did you get the integration into Unity?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So the base was created by Takahashi. So this is Japanese Unity.
Yeah.
I know you need to know him, I guess. So he's doing, as René Schulte is saying to me, that he's doing crazy stuff. So, and I saw his LinkedIn post where he showed what I showed you at the end of my presentation. So this one, the command prompt. Oh, can you switch again? Exactly. So the command prompt, he provided this kind of base. So the base communication that you can write a prompt, send this to OpenAI and get the result back. So, and I just enhance this using the story, sending this to OpenAI and generating everything at once.
So you're saying he basically built the base of your plugin and you just extended it. Out of curiosity, since I already mentioned I'm not really a Unity fan, rather, again, shout out to Nick with StereoKit. Yes, no, anyway, no, seriously, is this available? So do you have like, is it like available on GitHub? Can we like start and playing with this?
So the AI command, yes.
Yeah.
My version, not yet. Sorry.
No pressure, but when do you think you will publish, make it public?
If this is really a neat use case for you, I will. That's not a problem. So that's.
I'm looking forward to this.
Okay.
Oh, is there another microphone? Oh, yeah, good, great.
So is that on now? Oh, yes. So it's terrific. The idea of an environment, a space in VR being improvised. In AR, one of the challenges has been like that with use cases and with games in particular. It's difficult to have games where you have levels because the level design is, well, what is the level design? The level's going to be different based upon whichever environment you're in. Now, if you've got something here which is able to maybe, take guidance of the design of a level from some text, but also have come into it the generalized version or an approximated version of the point cloud hash from the immediate spatial understanding engine from MR, then you've got the ability to lay out something that's got 5 trees and a lake running between the trees and an Easter egg behind one of the trees, but that not colliding with the environment that you're in the HoloLens or whatever other AR device may turn up in the next little while. It's fascinating stuff. It's an entirely different approach to game design, and it enables games to be reasonable within an AR sort of a space, I think, in a way that wasn't really possible when you had to weld in steel every single asset that you were going to bind into a hard-coded level. Fascinating.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, actually, we needed to be out at 8.
The last one, please.
Well, it made me think about some things I tried and which didn't work. So what I tried is I have a 3D printer, and I'm not good at I'm good at printing, but I'm not good at creating. So I wanted to try to use GTP4 to actually give me some G code. That didn't work. Then next idea was, well, it's really good at writing code, so I tell it to write a Python script to create I wanted to create a small mug.
Mm-hmm.
That did work, but it didn't have that low part, so you could look through it.
I have a tip. Try OpenSCAD. It writes great OpenSCAD code.
Okay, and then, so my question was, so OpenSCAD, I take this with me, and I was wondering if I could maybe use the Unity, so to create 3D, apparently it's good at that, to create a 3D object in Unity and then export this and then print it. No, doesn't work.
I can help you just a little bit with this from what I researched, because just recently I was doing exactly what you were asking for. I wanted the AI to generate for me something where I can 3D print. That was also my idea. So what I found that there is there was a release point in December that is from OpenAI that can generate text to 3D models. So they have like cloud points generation. It's quite cool, but it's a Python script, so you need to run them, and that it generates really simple figure. But it's something 3D generated from text. So you can say green frog, and it will give you a green frog, and say you can then play with the AI and ask for variations, but I don't really know how to do this yet. You can do a text to 2D model and then take this to not the 2D model to the picture. Then you can take the 2D picture and try to generate 3D out of it by calculating the like depth of the picture and that kind of stuff. But there is no solution that will give it everything for you from the start to the end.
Besides, write OpenSCAD.
What is OpenSCAD?
OpenSCAD is basically 3D modeling for developers like me, because I hate clicking buttons and mouse buttons, so you can just write your models with mathematics and code, which is my preferred way of modeling stuff.
Yeah, but if you're lazy and you just want to say someone, like, just generate me this and this, like, can it?
Yeah, I just gave it a shot recently and just told it like, I want to have this and this size. I mean, I can do this probably a lot quick. Well, no, not quicker than obviously ChatGPT, but it worked. It worked perfectly. So, I mean, it wasn't a very complicated object. And if you start doing things with little nudges and things like that, it's probably a bit more complicated. But what I tested, it was actually just 2 weeks.
SCAD?
Open, and then S, and then CAD as computer-aided design.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
And keep in mind that that's what we engineers are doing, right? So finding another way to solve this problem.
Okay.
I think that is the most fabulous words that we might get for tonight, according to my humble opinion.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
The event. Okay, great. Well, I'll be heading back to Leipzig, but please, one last round of applause, because I mentioned it, but I think nobody else heard it. Could we have a round of applause for the guys who helped us being heard and seen?
Thanks all of you for staying. It was brilliant.
Thank you very much to doing this. Thank you very much for all the speakers. Have a great day, and yeah, let's get the party started.